Hello and welcome one and all to An Unlikely Tale, Ascension. Based in the Sword Coasts of Faerun, where we use a combination of 5th edition, Pathfinder 1st edition, a dash of homebrew, and a sprinkling of the classic rule of cool. Tonight we'll be continuing our intrepid journey to save the very fabric of their world, obtain one of the legendary Nether Scrolls, and perhaps have a little fun along the way. For those unfamiliar, note that this is a brutal, grimdark adventure, filled with various hardships, struggles, and injustices, so if you have a low constitution score like Silas, you may want to grab some advantage for those saves. Now I want to start off first and foremost by apologizing for the holdup. I just spent the last hour mind-numbingly troubleshooting to figure out why the hell my internet was shitting the bed, and it's very likely, in part, due to the inclement weather of my region. So, if there are any spottiness to be seen with the stream, please do let me know, that I might be able to mitigate any interruptions or disruptions. All of that stuff out of the way. Without further ado, let me unleash the players, friends, and get this party rolling, since we're already so behind schedule.
How to type, same way they used to teach how to use typewriters.
Oh my god, they used to teach that shit?
Yep,
Oh,
they
yeah.
used to teach that shit.
Yep.
Oh. Hi, Silence!
Because the keyboards are, the way keyboards are built are pretty much the same way typewriters were built. So it was a smooth transition. It's a pretty smooth transition to skills, to be honest.
Wait, is
There's a
that
reason
something
why.
you learned?
Yeah.
I don't know how old you are, but you learned how to use a typewriter in school?
Yeah.
I hope you're not that. Wait, okay, what?
I think
No,
Varun might be around or just a little bit younger than myself. And yeah, they did have like typing classes when we were younger where you could use like keyboards or typewriters.
Yeah, because
I was always taught in my
What?
class at that.
Yeah, because typewriting skills translate to keyboard skills, but they're the same.
When did they
There's
stop
same
using
classification.
typewriters?
I want to say like
Mid-90s, give or take.
yeah, mid to late 90s. Yeah.
Mid to late 90s.
1980s?
No, 1980s. I think
Is when it probably stopped. Yeah, it probably stopped being used like widely.
No, typewriters were a standard fixture up in
Oh, yeah.
all.
Yep. Yeah, they were standard.
Oh yeah.
And then
yeah,
you gotta
yeah,
think about the
1990s.
businesses that still
Yeah.
use them for the longest after the fact. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Same way
Plus,
that like a
you
lot
know-
of businesses these days will use like really old computers from
up
like 10
into
years
the
ago.
90s,
Yeah.
typewriters.
Before, because printing.
Y'all are old!
You know how old we
We've
are.
told you this. We've told you this multiple times.
I also just have to say I have a really bad, like, perception of time. So, like, I don't know, for some reason, my brain that doesn't do time well, where are you going, mouse?
Time is convoluted.
Just for some god's awful reason, the typewriters were like 200 years ago. I'm sorry!
Bruh.
Typewriters were
Bruh.
200 years ago.
Oh my god! So I really do have eternal youth. Shit. Shit, man.
No,
I look good for 200.
I just have a really bad perception of time, and that extends to historical events as well.
It's all good. Just teasing.
Anyway,
Yeah.
we're live.
We are indeed live, friends.
I mean, if I if I get off of the Twitch, you're no longer alive to me.
That's okay. Peak slurp. Peak slurp.
Sorry, I have coffee and it's a little hot.
It's okay.
I hope you guys
That's a
like my
thing. That's a
slurp
thing at our
ASMR.
channel here. So.
I hope you like my ASMR slurp, guys.
Yes, I love
If you don't,
Great. Ooh.
I'm not sorry. I'll leave you
Alrighty.
alone now.
Shall we have our little recap, friends?
Please, we're late. Please.
When last we had left, our group of adventurers, hot off the heels of flying to the event that had come to be known as Godfall, made their safe harbor back in Aurora. The majority of them kind of unanimously agreeing to rejoin the front and the effort to stop the Crimson Tide and its affiliated forces. And upon arriving, immediately decided their next best course of action would be to meet with Youth and to share intel. And in the wake of this, Youth notified them of the death count, the resulting damage, and the current state of the battlefield. Things looked dismal, and yet all hope was not lost. For, through her study and collaborative research with Silas, Youth had successfully identified the last known location hinted to contain the Nether Scroll. This Nether Scroll in particular, referred to as Magicus Creer, would allow their group and allied forces to begin fabricating powerful magical weapons to arm their soldiers and provide an advantage in the conflicts to come. The location in question did send an air of apprehension across the group, as Youth revealed that somewhere within the deep depths of the North Dark, hidden amongst one of the hidden old ancient ruins that resided and have sunken there too, lies the last known location of the Nether Scroll. And yet this proved to be a lead, and yet a vague and kind of aimless point towards their next goal. For though they knew it resided within the North Dark, they knew not where. And so they took some time to reevaluate and to lay out their next game plan. Gus, in the wake of Silas Quinn's passing, elected to take up the seat of Master Craftsman of Arms for Aurora, to maintain the flow of weapons and armor to their troops. And meanwhile, Tranquil, on the other hand, had far more reckless plans in mind, as he set in motion a poorly concocted scheme to subjugate the Denarian Velmariel, Denarian of Madness, under his will, that he might prove to be a weapon in the conflicts to come. The others cautioned Tranquil, knowing full well that, due to the information they had gleaned from von Richten's texts, the prospects of what he sought to do were bleak, and furthermore, extremely dangerous, for should he fail, he would be offering his flesh freely unto the Denarian. And so, through compromise, they came up with a new plan, that he might attempt this feat in the presence of one of the most feared Denarian known to the forces of good, Lalamet, Denarian of Desire, whom, to their understanding, bore a deep, unbridled resentment to her fellow kin and offered a service: the destruction of them in exchange for her safe harbor at the peak, the top, tallest tower on Aurora. A deal the unlikely few agreed to through less than ideal circumstances. And so, with that plan in mind, they ascend the tower and meet with this Denarian of Desire for the first time. But being in her sheer presence was enough for those whom stayed for the event to understand the overwhelming power she commanded. And so, Tranquil attempted to subjugate Belmariel, a feat that he proved but a paltry obstacle, as he managed to overcome and eventually submit the overwhelming primordial entity to his will. Confined once more within the silvered bit that housed it, pardon me. Had a little bit of a dyslexic moment there. And with the conclusion of the success, the party took a moment of respite as conflict continued down in the city of Waterdeep below, its ruins currently ablaze with what they came to understand to be Bane, the Black Hand of Tyranny, now engaged with both their own and the enemy forces. The fighting continues on long into the night, and with the rising of the early morning, there is a slight din, or dimming of the combat taking place below, as both sides take a moment to recuperate and gather their dead. But above all of this, within the confines of the flying city of Aurora, are the new few, stirring with the early morning light, simulated through the enchanted pain that essentially mimicked the conditions outside. And as they do, what do they do with the stirring of the first morn?
I just want to clarify that we did choose a new name. Remember?
It kind of slipped my mind through all the things.
I think it was Unchained or something.
Yeah, Breaker of Chains.
Breaker of Chains, yes.
Or chain breakers, depending on who's asking.
Yeah.
Man, why can't we be spine breakers?
True.
I don't think any of us have
Write that
actually
down real
technically
quick.
done that.
Yet.
I've chopped off heads. Does that count? Close enough, right?
Back
We had it,
breakers.
yeah, we had a discussion why it was this. We did it. Anyway.
So, Breaker of Chains,
Yee.
which of you would like to go first?
Morning
Me.
exercise.
Dang it.
Speaking of, how long does Blue Vein last?
It should be in the description on your character sheet at the very bottom.
'Cause I think
I took the
someone-
liberty of slapping that bad boy into everyone's sheet. And with that said, it is the next day. So, even if there were negative repercussions, he's had enough time to rest
Pretty
up since
good.
then.
Yeah, so no, it's just going to be a difference between whether he has uh, an exhaustion level of 3 or 4.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
yeah, no.
That's why I was asking.
Well, I'm implying that like that was the previous day, and like it's now the next day. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. This is the next morning. So he got the chance to sleep it off. He didn't have to feel it this time. This time.
Hey, buddy. How's it going? You feeling
Dude,
pretty
that's like
nice?
5. That's 5 levels of exhaustion, though, dude. That takes 5 days to get rid of.
Oh, I do 1 level per long rest. So he would only
Yeah.
have like either 2 or 3 at this point.
Uh,
Yeah.
If it's a 1 long rest, then it's either 3 or 4 actually, since it says 5
Well,
levels.
that's
of
if he
exhaustion.
fails the check, but I mean,
No,
yeah.
on a success, he still gains 4 levels of exhaustion.
Hold on.
According, yeah, on a success, they gain 4 levels of exhaustion instead.
I'm still tired.
Yeah, you should still be tired.
Oh yeah, no, he's still tired. I'm just like whether or not this is like debilitating him for the whole day is what I'm implying.
What is the 3rd level of exhaustion anyway?
3rd level exhaustion is half your movement speed. You have disadvantage on everything.
I consider
Yeah.
that debilitated.
Well, I mean, if you're going out into a fight, yeah. But I'm implying like you're currently on Aurora, so like
Fair.
unless something decides to manage, or not decides, but manages to break through the barrier protecting it.
I just
Fair,
want to
fair.
talk.
We just want to talk.
Open up.
Oh.
Also with half movement, that means you can't run that far. If Lalamet.
Oh yeah, I see what you're talking about now. Oh yeah. You know what?
Anyway.
Give me the con save. We'll see. Give me the con save.
Me?
Roll that con. Yes, you. You're the one who took it. You're the one who took it.
Oh, shit.
For what it's worth, it's what helped him save. Because if
Yeah.
it didn't, he
Hey!
didn't.
There we
Yeah.
go.
All
Should
right.
be
So
good.
he's down to
3. He should.
yeah
be
3 levels.
Fuck you. I live.
No, you were going to live either way. It's just that
I
how
feel
fucked you
better.
are.
Is that better for you? I'm not dying inside, alright? There's a small bit of me that's still here.
I mean, you were going to be fucked either way after taking that.
Yeah, I know, but at least I don't feel as fucked.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
Trying to determine how fucked are you is what we wanted to know.
All
Alright,
right, this
better
is
than
starting
that.
to seem like we're not talking about levels of exhaustion now.
We're
No,
playing
no,
on
no,
No,
tranquil.
we are talking. No. Well,
I'm
no,
just
no, no,
talking about your wording.
Oh, good lord.
I feel pretty good.
So I guess with that in mind,
We've
Yeah, I'm sure you
established
do.
that they did
Tranquil
not fuck.
rises
We
with
have
the next.
established that they did not fuck. Okay.
Yep. Tranquil rises with
Sure
the
about
early
that.
morning light peering in through the simulated pane. He feels the wear of the previous day's task on his body, sluggish and heavy, as he manages to slowly pull himself out of his bed. Subconsciously, he reaches up for the leather cord that's currently hanging from his neck. On it, 2 bits of silver. One, he places his thumb over with an air of familiarity. And with it, he's brought a moment of peace as he feels the presence of Asbriel close. Curious, he reaches for the second bit, and as he places his fingers over it, feeling the worn, raised ridges on the ancient coin, he feels a combination of feelings not his own. Hate, mania, but underneath it all, a sense of dread for what you can't quite place. but it doesn't bode well. From your time traveling, you've come to learn at least one thing. Anything that makes a Denarian feel fear is something to be cautious of. And with that, you let your hand fall away, dress for the day, and leave your room. Entering the large, sweeping corridor, currently packed with people moving to and fro as the day begins to come to life. Workers begin taking to task. What does he do? And if he does decide to just aimlessly wander, who would like to go next?
Me.
Yeah, I guess I'll just wander for now. We'll see what's happening. Yeah, I don't got any plans. Aside from not dying, which I did. So,
You got it. All right. Isla stirs, rising from the pile of sheets their bunk. They cast a dour glance over the space currently they find themselves within. And the events of all the previous days slowly all come back. She feels a surprising lack of anything, save perhaps a slight pang of disappointment. With a quick flit of her wings, she rises from the pile of sheets and blankets, moves over to ready for the day. And as she does this, what's on her mind? What's her intention?
Well, I'm bored.
Bored?
I'll go find something to do.
Fair enough. Bored and not really eager to spend any more time in solitude with nothing to do. After readying for the day, she departs from her quarters, entering the large corridor just beyond it. Looking both ways, she catches a slight glimpse of Tranquil making his way through the crowd. At the same time, she can't help but feel like she had something she wanted to do. And then it hits her. She should go get some armor. After all, she wouldn't want to end up like Silas.
Yes.
And so, she makes her way to the nearest lift, ascending to the market blocks and bazaar districts of the city of Aurora. And it doesn't take very long to discover what she's looking for. An armory, or armorer, solid repute. Gazing into the windows, nothing really stands out. And then she has a better idea. I should go see if I can get armor where the soldiers get armor.
Thieve it.
Departing from the bazaar area and descending on the lift, to one of the lower levels. She exits out into a very busy corridor. A mishmash of Zentarum mercenaries, Barovian guardsmen, and Shadowdale adventurers move to and fro. A slight uniformity in some of their garb, as they all seem to be wearing the same marked armor. On it, an emblazoned tree with yawning branches. Following the flow of those lacking the armor. Isla eventually sees a line going up to a stand. And after waiting some time in the line, she eventually makes it to the desk. Seated at it is a dragonborn. Bright, brilliant orange scales. He appears to have various wounds crisscrossing his body, and appears to be seated on a stool. Something else even more peculiar about his current condition. He appears to be belted down to the stool. What do you want? What are you here for?
I'd like armor. Nothing too heavy though.
You want some chain? Something leather?
Leather.
He nods. Before looking down and taking up a quill. After scrawling some notes onto a piece of paper, he flags down one of the nearby guardsmen, handing the paper off. The guardsman departs and returns sometime later. In hand, he appears to have a pretty basic looking short sword, sheathed within a leather kind of scabbard. Atop a set of leather armor. He attempts to hand it to the fairy, as the dragonborn states, "Standard issue."
Happen to have anything a little more stronger?
Stronger?
Yeah.
I need something a little bit more higher quality, better craft.
Yeah.
He goes back through and looks down at his desk, picking up a small notebook, thumbing through its various pages with a taloned thumb. He eventually stops on one, and then looks up at the fairy. Requisitions only has about 4 more pairs. So, if you want it, it's gonna cost you about 50 gold.
Do that.
He extends out a hand with a kind of expecting look on his face.
Before I get a look at it?
He shrugs, looking to the soldier, gives him a curt nod, and the soldier goes to turn and leave. He still has his hand out.
Okay, here you go.
Taking the gold pieces. He reaches down below his desk. You hear the sound of metal against metal, the clanging of coin. And not too shortly after, does the soldier reappear, bearing a similar set of leather armor as the first. However, this one appears to be a far greater quality. fur lining, reinforced joints, rivets to help protect and add durability. He hands it over.
Okay. For weapons.
What? Short sword not good enough?
You know what? I'll take what I got. Thank you.
He nods. Next! You hear him call as you turn to leave with the armor and short sword in your arms, floating away from it all. You decide you want to try it on. And make your way to one of the nearby bathhouses, opting to use one of the locker rooms. Make your way in and begin to don the new armor. One moment.
I'd like to point out that you are party with like the main crafter of the city now. You could have just asked me to make you armor.
That's what it is.
Blammo. There you go.
Thank you, thank you.
Alright. And after adjusting the straps and taking your sickle from your hip, you look it over and replace it, deciding instead to draw forth the dagger. You take the dagger and cut into the back of the armor, making sure to make holes large enough for your wings to fit through. And after some adjustments, it fits as snug as a glove, and you feel pretty comfortable in it.
This'll do.
Satisfied with the new acquisition, you depart off into the crowd once more, opting to find something else to busy yourself with. And as this is taking place, I imagine Kaz went for that morning exercise, right?
Yes, could she have run into Tranquil on the way?
Yes, actually, very likely.
Twinkle.
After traveling some time, going for your daily early morning jog, as you make your little trail carving through the busy crowd of people moving through the corridor, you eventually peer up and see the familiar face of Tranquil, idly striding amidst the crowd. He appears to have a distant look on his face, as his thoughts seem to be elsewhere.
Twinkle, how you doing?
Hey. Hey. Yeah, you scared me. Nothing. Just thinking.
Oh, you are not looking so good. Oh, is it
Power
because
comes with a price.
is it because that zing you took
Yeah.
the blue vein?
Yeah. It hit me hard.
Oh yeah, Kaz knows. I ate drinking once, and I didn't even know what it was at the time. It hit very hard. Hey, you know what helps?
What?
Exercise. Come, join
Exercise.
Kaz.
I
Yeah,
are we gonna do like some yoga? What are we gonna do?
Nah. We can jog laps around Aurora. I
Oh,
have already done 10.
you've done 10 laps.
Yeah,
Is that
very
so?
fast. You should join me.
Uh, I'll do 1 or 2 laps, but I'll be doing a light jog, not your heavy workout.
Yeah, Cass gets it. Okay, let's go.
As I say
Right.
that, I like start speed walking, not like actually jogging. Just like,
I mean, you are at half speed.
And as you do this, your face notably gets pale. You start sweating. It's clearly apparent you're exerting yourself, but you manage to keep pace with Kaz all the same, huffing and puffing along as you do so.
As like jogs circles around him as they move forward.
On your left.
fucking there. This fucking sucks.
Isn't it great?
I feel amazing, man.
Yeah,
As you can see this, you can see a singular tear drop down the side of my face.
Haha, tears of excitement.
Yep. Can we like stop for a break? I need some water.
Okay, yeah. Like Lance always says, hydrate. Lots of hydration.
Yeah. Holy shit, bro. You're fast.
Cass trains hard every day.
Oh, you do. You want to get some food?
Also want to
Feeling
point out,
a
Kaz,
little
you
bit
get a
hungry.
+1 to your stamina for this milestone in your training.
Yeah,
Da, da, da,
sure.
da. I've added it already.
Oh, thanks.
Nice.
Yeah, food is good too. Let's eat.
Yeah. What do you want? Have some
And you know,
gold.
I'll eat anything.
Why don't we go searching for some sushi? Feeling a little bit like fish.
I don't know what that is, but it sounds amazing.
It's like
Let's do it.
fish. It's like fish meat rolled up in rice, and it tastes delicious.
Oh, Cass likes that. Let's do it.
All right, I got to get you to try some wasabi too. You're gonna have a fun time with that.
I bet it tastes great.
It tastes amazing.
Fire already.
Does
Okay.
that exist in Viru?
Wasabi. I would say that wasabi. I would say like
mean-
there's probably like a wasabi analog. So for the sake
It's
of
more like a
brevity,
it would be
yeah,
closer to a mustard. It would be
yeah, it
closer
would
to a
definitely
mustard.
be. It would, yeah, definitely be closer to a mustard for sure, for sure. But yeah, I would say that there's a wasabi equivalent. Yeah, there's a lot of strange analogs in D&D actually, things that you wouldn't expect. But that's beside the point. Anyway, the two of you depart onward to the upper layers above the residential, ready to suss out and hunt this delicacy that Tranquil speaks of. And as Kaz and Tranquil go to eat an early morning meal, would Chiquita or Lance like to go next?
Oh,
I'll go.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Chiquita doesn't sleep. She's a robot. So
Mm-hmm.
she found a box and sat in it and decided
You went back into the box.
I love the box. I went inside of a box, hiding, and meditating on the meaning of human existence. Some
Really?
deep philosophical meditation. Yup.
Okay.
She's just running her defrag system.
Yeah,
right now.
exactly. She's like going through her database, of all the events that have happened so far, and being like, "Yo,
Just,
what the
just
hell?"
doing a disc cleanup.
Yeah.
And as Chiquita takes this time to reflect on all that's happened, replaying the events over with almost perfect clarity, She considers a deep philosophical thought. What is the meaning of human life? Something she is yet to discover in all of her journeys. And not quite understanding what it means to have a purpose you don't understand. And as she attempts to grapple with this quandary, she feels a familiar presence. It's almost like a flickering light far off in the distance. And she's able to immediately identify it, despite its sharing no notable shape or form. She feels the presence of the Aeon. Does she pursue it? Or turn her focus away?
I'm going after it.
Alright guys, let's hope she doesn't blow up the level again.
Oh, no.
Oh god.
Wait.
Ooh.
Okay, just a quick question. Where is the box that she is in? Just so that we have an idea.
Yeah, that's actually a good question. Where did you find this box? Is it in your space? In the quarters that you were assigned? Or is it like in a different area of the city?
Because wasn't the last box you were in the Grim Kindness, so it would be different now, wouldn't it? Right?
Pardon me?
Was the last time you were in a box, you were in a closet somewhere in the Grim Kindness, if I remember correctly.
Yes, she went to a broom closet aboard the Grim Kindness and just sat in the box. Didn't really do anything, just sat in the box.
Let's just say I went into whatever living quarters I could find, went in their closet, and hid inside a box in their closet.
Wow. That's so creepy.
She's a sex
I
assassin
love
robot,
Chiquita.
dude. She's a sex assassin robot, dude. It's kind of on par.
I love Chiquita. She's great.
Okay. As Chiquita reaches out with her consciousness in the direction of the flickering light, she feels it draw closer. The light growing more consistent until it holds steady and brilliant. Going from that distant luminescence to a bright brilliance, massive in size, just before her in this endless mind space. And as the figure takes shape, coalescing into a singular being and form, does the Aeon stand before her. Bright and distinct against the yawning darkness all around you. Its body composed of cosmos that stand above you in the heavens. Swirling constellations and far-off galaxies. Though it has no discernible face, it does have an identifiable head, and it tilts downward as if to look upon you with an eyeless gaze. Unlike before, as it attempted to speak in that strange, unknown tongue, this time it appears to be silent. waiting, almost as if expectant. What does Chiquita do?
Uh, Chiquita will try to touch it. Just slowly, just like, gentle, not non-threatening. Just kind of reach out her hand towards it.
Chiquita, give me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
As you reach out with a hand, prompted by some unknowable force, you feel this compulsion to touch it. As your fingers press up against the surface of its cosmic being, you immediately feel its solidness. This creature composed of stars is solid, dense, not the least bit pliable. And then you feel it, like a massive wave. It crashes against the barriers of your mind as you're assailed with visions quick and undecipherable. But amidst them, you see one thing. You see the world of Toril burning. You see across its massive surface, like gouged wounds in the earth itself, dark pits of black, endless abyss, the size of continents, carved out of the planet as it listlessly floats through the cosmos, devoid of all life. You take 25 psychic damage as you attempt to peer into the unknowable, and your fragile mortal mind struggles to comprehend. But your hand maintains contact, and eventually the visions begin to slow. Your mind able to process what you see as it begins to pass before your eyes. Almost as if in reverse, the events that lead to this dead husk of a planet floating aimlessly through the yawning black cosmos. You see the gouged wounds in the planet's surface slowly rise up from the darkened abyss that dot its surface. You see thousands upon thousands of cities burn in reverse as they return back to their once pristine state. The millions of mortals who dot its surface, rising from the dead as blood returns back to their veins from its spilled state across the muddy battlefields that dot its surface. And eventually, as everything slowly plays backwards to a singular event, you see it draw back The day Waterdeep was breached. And as you watch this final vision come to pass, you hear the voice of the Aeon, like a crescendo of 1,000 speaking all at once. Will you maintain order?
Chiquita, kind of sad after seeing all of those visions, says very seriously and solemnly, "Yes."
Then what you have seen cannot come to pass. If you truly wish to maintain the pillar of order amidst Toro, then you must succeed the previous.
I will do everything that I can.
Chiquita, give me another wisdom save as you speak those words.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Oh no.
Where your hand meets the Aeon, a bright light begins to glow.
Uh-oh.
An intense
Oh,
heat can be felt.
Okay, who was in her room? Who was beside her room?
Hold on. They didn't go critical yet. The creature looks down upon the Warforge. You see the light that's shared between the two of you where you make contact, growing ever more intense as it does so. Begin to fill the darkness around you. The voice speaks again. The duty of maintaining order is a solemn and heavy one. It asks much of you. It will take much of you. Can you pay that price? As you take an additional 4d12.
Oh god.
22 damage.
Whoa! Okay.
How much damage?
I'm gonna need a nap.
How much
We're
damage
not
did
done
you take?
yet.
How much damage
In
did you take?
total, 47 in total.
Holy! Oh no.
Will you pay the price? Will you bear the burden, no matter what it asks of you?
Yup. Uh-huh.
Oh,
It
no.
hurts.
Oh, no.
Give me one last wisdom save.
Oh god, I'm gonna die.
Honestly, I'm more worried about the people around you.
Oh yeah, that's another one. Oh no.
Oh no! Oh no!
And
It's
Chiquita,
been good knowing you.
as you say these words, the searing heat of the light begins to make your arm glow white hot. You watch in horror as your arm begins to melt before your eyes, where it makes contact with the Aeon. And in its place, the siphoning energies of the cosmos pour into the broken machinery as it bubbles and sizzles. Okay. In the real world, beyond this mindscape, deep within this box, in this closet,
Nobody knows.
does
you're here.
a bright light begin to glow from within its confines. Kaz and Tranquil, as you
Where's Jin?
idly partake in your meal, you suddenly feel all of Aurora shake violently.
Oh my god.
The tremors appear to be coming from one of the lower levels of the city.
I think we should go check that out.
Yeah,
I
I
gotta
agree. Yeah,
leave.
yeah, let's go.
I'm gonna be a little bit slow, but you keep going. You go a little bit faster than me.
As quickly drops the change for the meal on the table before just bursting out of the building in a high-speed sprint.
While all this is taking place, Lance, as you rise with the early morning,
Oh my god.
what do you find yourself doing? You rub the sleep from your eyes.
Finally having a moment to recover and reflect. Lance remembers the things he wanted to say to Caiaphas, and remembers that and starts writing remembers that he needs to write down his story before more people can forget about him.
And taking to task, you immediately sit at your desk, begin scrawling the tale of Caiaphas Blackstone into your journal, making sure to add more and more with each day, hoping to complete it as soon as possible so that you can preserve his memory and spread it and what he had done. After spending a decent amount of time invested in the task, eventually you feel satisfied with the contribution you've added for the day. And it's then you feel a violent tremor suddenly shake the entire area of this district of the city. It feels somewhat close, though you can't quite describe the direction. So, you rise from your seat and peer out through the doorway of your quarters, watching crowds of people quickly running in one direction away. As you peer down the hall in the direction that they are running from, you see a massive blackened scorch mark flanking two sides of what now is a massive breach exposed to the open air. It appears there was an explosion of some sort, and it vaporized a chunk of this part of the city.
uh, um, Lance is in disbelief, and he's trying to regain his focus. And I'm just trying to also remember: did Chiquita, when she's told him what happened, does he know about it was specifically everyone got vaporized essentially, or turned into jello?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to Lance's heart is racing, and he's worrying it the worst as possible, but then he decides he needs to start looking around and seeing if there's anyone that needs assistance, and just does whatever he thinks he can to help.
As you inspect the scene, doing your best to search for survivors or injured folks, you manage to, thankfully, only come across a few injured. However, you also happen across a handful of dead. As whatever it seems to have gone off burned with such heat and intensity that some of the corpses were completely sheared, as if put to the grindstone. And that's when you see something that makes a pit form in your stomach. Amidst the breach in the wall, strewn across the half-ruined ground, is the somewhat melted and mangled body of Chiquita.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. I immediately fly over and see if I don't know. God, I don't know if I can. I guess it's just her to see if she's alive at all, or if, like, if I think healing can work at this point, or if it's just I don't know.
As you look over Chiquita's terribly mutilated body, you're able to see one thing that seems to stand out amidst the ruin. Seared onto her exposed chest is the sigil of the Aeon. But this does little to assuage your concerns, because it appears that Chiquita is offline. You're not sure if she's dead, nor whether or not your healing magics will serve a purpose.
Fuck. Okay. Lance is in tears, and he's even if he knows it probably won't work, he still tries to cast a array of the celestials on her.
Roll it.
Oh.
Okay. Distraught and desperate, Lance does the first thing that he can think of. The first thing that comes to mind. He attempts to use the celestial magics that he had been imbued with. And laying a taloned hand upon the ruined Chiquita, he attempts to imbue the machine with the divine power. At first, it looks to be doing nothing. But slowly, you see the damage to the machine slowly begin to repair. It doesn't seem to be doing anything extreme, but after a time, you see sparks begin to emit from her chest and head. And you reason that if you do another, if you try just a little bit more, you might be able to save her.
Alright, well, let's go again.
And so, Lance places both hands upon the body of Chiquita, pouring as much divine power as he can. And after a time, you see the half-burned face of Chiquita twitch. One of the eyes begins to shudder violently before it rolls in its socket and faces forward, blinking several times and looking up at Lance as Chiquita returns to consciousness.
Um,
What,
uh,
what happened?
I don't know. You're alive. That's what matters right now. Okay. And Lance gives her a hug, and we'll figure out what happened. But you're clearly badly hurt. Oh God, I don't know who can fix you right now. Maybe Gus can. And try to call him the Sending Stone, but I don't know if Gus has a new stone right now or not.
I did. I got tranquil stone, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And for the sake of brevity, now that you've returned to Aurora, I could say that you got another one, yeah. It's not like they're like exclusive or anything. You know, you guys work with the military forces, you're kind of like a subunit of it, so it would make sense they would try to make sure you all have one.
That's fair.
And Youth would definitely make it a policy to get you a new one. Probably purge all the ones that you have and get new ones.
That would make sense.
That also makes sense. Yeah.
But as this is taking place, Kaz and Tranquil, you arrive on the scene and see Lance leaning down, crouched down, with a heavily damaged Chiquita held in his arms.
What the heck?
What the?
Chiquita's like
Franco
looking
just stares in
around.
shock.
Yeah, Chiquita's looking around at the damage done. And then she looks up back at Lance and she's just like, I did it again, didn't I?
Probably. Again?
Kaz runs to where the two are and joins in the embrace.
Who did this to you? Who's attacking our home now? I will fight them. I will destroy them.
I saw many things that made me feel something I haven't felt in a long time. I saw so many sad things.
Don't get it. What does that mean?
I saw the world end.
Wait. But wait. What does that have to do with this?
I don't know really, but whatever showed me the Aeon showed me. They said it would cost a price.
Xeon guy sounds like a jerk. I hate him. I don't know what they are really, but they do this to you and I don't like it.
We cannot let whatever I saw happen.
No, that's why we're fighting, right? To stop all that.
Yeah, we're gonna keep fighting together to stop all this.
Kaz tightens to embrace on Chiquita. And by extension, Nats, since he's here too.
Yeah.
Strong Kaz.
Small, but with the biggest hugs.
As Chiquita replays the visions she had seen in her mind over, she realizes now that with enough focus and concentration, she can pick out small details, things amongst the various scenes that she had seen within her visions. And she reasons that these might be clues, landmarks, milestones of some sort. And if this is true, perhaps you really can prevent the future you saw from happening.
From what I saw, when I play it back in my memory, I feel like I can maybe give us clues on how to prevent this catastrophe.
Well, okay, we can figure that all out, but right now we should focus on fixing you up and seeing if there's anything else we can do around here to help.
Chiquita looks down at her body, not realizing that it's not doing too hot right now.
Oh, it was doing very hard, just not in the way you wanted to.
As you inspect your body, you can see that the arm that you had made contact with the Aeon in your vision is melted almost all the way down to the shoulder. Parts of your torso have been completely scorched away, and one of your legs at the knee completely blasted off. All the while, some of your various joints and points of articulation seem to grind and judder in protest due to some of the melted portions of your body.
Oh. Yeah, I think I need to be fixed, guys.
Uh, I try calling out to Gus on the sending stone to save your bonds.
Kind of feel bad. Kind of feel bad, like going last now. kind of anticlimactic. But yeah, Gus would be in the. He would have slept in the workshop because he spent the last night trying to find. Well, first trying to compile what projects and stuff that Silas Quint was trying to build for or and stuff. And he was also trying to find the blueprint that Silas promised him
Oh,
in the
I
workshop.
got you with that. Don't you worry.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's what he did.
Oh,
And
I got you with that.
yeah, so he does that, and then he hears like, I'm assuming you're talking to me about what the fuck just happened. Was there an explosion? What happened?
Uh, yeah, there was an explosion.
Are you all right?
Chiquita's,
Is everyone all right?
uh, Chiquita needs repairs. Everyone else is okay, but there are wounded that aren't us.
I'll tell you about it. About sending someone there to help them. I don't know if I'll be able to fix Kita. It's not really my specialty, to be honest, but we'll try. I'll see what I can do. Turkey's not around, so I guess we're the best. I'm the best you can got right now.
As a matter of fact, as you say that statement, do you hear the heavy footfalls echoing down the hall? And before long, a group of some 20 guardsmen approach. At their head, hovering some several feet off of the ground, Roko looks on, equal parts horror, curiosity, and confusion.
Just a moment. Wasn't expecting Rocco to be here tonight, so getting the voice font booted up.
Surprise appearance.
She did attempt to investigate and pursue this. So,
True.
if anything like this were to happen again, I imagine she would be all over it like fly.
Yes, I
On
was
the
thinking that too.
metaphor. Yeah, that whole metaphor.
Out of character. I'm alive, bitches.
Yeah, we heard. Thank God.
So, the anomaly I detected was true after all.
Rocco, your voice box.
Did I not? God damn it.
No, it didn't work. It didn't work.
Yeah. Okay, now that I fixed it, first.
First of all, I'm alive, bitches.
And anyway,
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Perfect.
So, the anomaly I detected was true after all.
Yep.
Mm,
Hello, turkey.
Yes, good to see you again as well, Chiquita.
Hi. It's me again. I need help.
I'm gonna check and make sure I have the thing on this version of Roku.
If need be, I can quickly export over the current version of your Rogo sheet.
That's alright. I don't think it would be too much of an issue.
I
Basically,
gotcha.
gonna use her bulwark arms to carry Chiquita away.
Oh, I gotcha.
Don't think I would need to worry about strength checks with that, would I?
Nah.
Yeah. Then the exoskeleton that Roko is wearing comes alive with 4 moderately sized mechanical arms that, when she lowers herself, she grabs onto Chiquita. I'm gonna have questions about that, by the way, but all in due time.
Yes, let's get you fixed up, and then I'll have plenty of questions for you.
And then with a cold stare to Lance, Kaz, and Tranquil.
As well as the rest of you. But for now, it's been a while since I've had a more worthwhile project to work on.
And so, the diminutive of Ali picks up the Warforged, and the grouping make their way towards the nearest lift, riding it to the lowest layers of Aurora, and exiting out into the engineering block of the city. It's the sounds of all of the various guardsmen and the collection that are the chain breakers exit out onto the main landing. Do you see Gus bearing a leather tome under his arm? He appears to be equal parts excited and concerned as he watches the group make their way forward, glimpsing over at the heavily damaged Chiquita.
Just can't have a day, can't we?
Well,
Just can't.
Hello, Gus.
Hello, Chiquito. What
Hi.
the fuck?
I
What
blew
the
up.
fuck? Oh god. Well, hello, Rocco. I guess you got this.
Indeed. Although I may need your assistance to manufacture the baseline of the parts at least.
Well, manufacturing I can do. I just don't know how these parts work. All right. Give me the
I love
schematics
you,
of what need.
turkey.
First of all,
Fucking
not a turkey. Not a turkey. Secondly, I'm
What
glad
are
that
you
you're...
anyway? I think at this point, Chiquita's like delirious.
Hmm. You know, it is of little consequence. The important thing is we get you fixed. Yes, okay.
Okay. Fix me up.
Okay.
And Chiquita is brought to one of the nearby workshops as everybody
Um,
follows in tow.
Actually, before once Rocco like starts bringing Chiquita to the workshop, I kind of stop Lance and ask, "Okay, what the fuck happened? Any details?"
Uh,
One of Roko's large ears flicker.
That's what I would like to know as well. And also, I would like to simply confirm it was this unit, Chiquita, who burned down the park some time ago, wasn't it, Nance?
Oh, that was you.
I had my suspicions, although she was quite thorough in whatever she did to cover her tracks.
I use prestidigitation.
well,
Thank you
okay.
for confirming.
Okay,
As Chiquita says this, you see sparks kind of emit from Chiquita's head.
I remember.
Alright, well, I guess if she's going to admit it now. Look, I don't know the details because both times I wasn't there, but it seems like not all the powers we were given from the gods were easy to control.
I cannot. I need a stronger processor or something, I guess. I don't know. I cannot handle god power yet. Ha 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 ha.
Interesting.
There's gonna have to be a big discussion, but you know what? Let's focus on getting her fixed first. But we're
When
gonna need
she's
to have a
more,
talk.
yes,
Yeah.
when she is more comprehensive, then we can interrogate. Excuse me, my vocabulary is spotty at the moment. Simply question, yes.
Investigate.
Investigate, thank you, Gus.
You better not put me in a box.
You'll have to be propped up in some manner, but not containment. No, nothing of that sort.
I don't need hands to cast magic. Turkey.
I mean, you technically do. Depends on the. It depends on the spell.
Somatic cables.
Yeah, if it's somatic, yeah, you have to. You have to have
Roko
hands.
just rolls her eyes and gets Chiquita propped up on a workshop table.
I have
Fitted
tentacles in my
for-
stomach.
All right. All right, let's get to work.
And as you set to work, you spend a good portion of the day attempting to replace and repair the parts that have been catastrophically damaged in the event. And do your best to restore Chiquita's core systems as quickly and as concisely as possible.
Question.
What's up?
Just, I'm just going to, while we're fixing her, can I investigate the thing that I put in her and see if it activated?
Ah, the
Oh, yeah,
thing.
you did put a bomb in her, huh?
Yeah, the thing.
Yeah. Because,
It did activate.
but it doesn't matter because it was just.
Yeah, it was
within
just, it was vaporized. Yeah, that's exactly. Like the vaporization triggered it, but it was overpowered by the sheer blast of the main
Yeah.
problem. Yeah.
I was just going to double check and see if Gus was
Replace
checking
it?
to see if this was his. No, Gus was checking to see if this was his fault. But
Oh no.
That's what I was like. Yeah, all right. What's
Poor
going on?
fella.
he doesn't tell this to anybody. He just checks it. It's like, okay, so it went off, but judging by the accounts, it wasn't an explosion. So it wasn't like an explosion. It was more of a vaporizing orb. It's fine. He resets it though. He resets the charge.
Something beyond your comprehension.
Yeah.
And as Roko and Gus set to work, Uh, Isla exits the lift to the engineering block and can see just ahead the collection of her traveling companions, kind of looking on into Roko's laboratory with concern and a little bit of dread. You can tell there's something bad happened, kind of.
What in the... Okay.
As runs over to hug Isla.
Oh, hello.
Oh, Isla, this is terrible. So bad. So bad things have happened.
What happened?
Oh, Chiquita saw the end of the world, and then she accidentally started the end of the world. I don't really know exactly. It's weird, but oh, it's so very bad.
I'm sorry, you said started the end of the world?
She blew up. She blew up, and we don't know why.
And she
Her...
begins openly sobbing.
Oh, oh, uh, it's okay, Kaz. Isla's going to awkwardly pat Kaz's back. It's, we'll get through this. He...
Emotional support, Isla.
No.
Not something I expected to see.
Okay. You said her exploding started the end of the world. Also, how?
Oh, maybe not. I'm not sure. Our boy could probably say better.
Okay.
I don't know what powers we exactly have still, but apparently we need to figure out how to use them faster and control them. And that's all I basically know.
Okay.
Oh, this godly stuff.
And as you all kind of stand by, doing your best to kind of be there for Chiquita and each other, after several hours of waiting, Chiquita is, for the most part, restored. Currently, a great deal of her main parts are replaced with temporary ones. Quickly cobbled together prosthetics and some basic fundamental mechanisms that allow for her internal function to go off without a hitch. And as she kind of gingerly attempts to move about on the table, after both Gus and Roko step away for a moment, she's able to move of her own volition once more. Kind of inspects the scrap arm and frowns somewhat.
It's a work in progress. Obviously, you'll have a much more finely tuned final product. I will see to that. But how do you feel in the meantime?
Nothing new, honestly. I mean, to be honest, I was walking around for like 200 years with broken parts, so it's nothing new.
Good, good. Your speech is more comprehensible at the very least.
Yeah.
And as the two of you have this short exchange, Gus, now disengaged with the project before him, has his nose buried in the leather tome he's holding. For the book in his hands is in fact Silas's personal project, log, and journal. Within various projects and blueprints, active and otherwise, are stuffed within its many pages. Having spent the night attempting to suss out where he might have had it laid around, he had stumbled across this book and spent a good deal of the night combing through its various pages.
That's about right.
Give me 1 second. Because this book actually does have some relevant information that you guys will and might need.
Oh dear.
Hold on, wrong note.
I just think it's funny that you start with the will and then and might need.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the spaces covered. Man,
You will need, you might need, you definitely don't need, everything in there.
Gus
hope
is
you
also,
won't
like,
need-
Sounds like a
Does it-
teacher telling you this might be on the pop quiz.
pretty much.
no.
All the while we're reading this thing, Gus is like saying in his head, like all the little scribbles of Silas writing his personal feelings. Like, good lord, man, so melodramatic.
It's actually rather terse, straightforward, and
Oh, he did.
not
But I mean, he
really
said,
emotional.
okay. 'Cause when
Yeah,
you-
it's
when
more
he-
like a log of events.
Okay, it's log.
Yeah.
Because when I thought journal, I was thinking like he was writing his feelings down.
It's a diary now. Woohoo!
Why have the
Yeah.
gods forsaken me?
Oh, there's a lot of that.
That there actually is a couple of entries that are like that, yeah. Specifically
Emo
older ones
Silas.
pertaining directly at Bahamut.
Emo
Yeah.
Silas.
Yeah, little. So my thought still stands, like so melodramatic. He
Yeah.
says half jokingly, half like he understands that he's gone through a lot.
I found it. Here we go. Okay, so within the book, you're able to kind of find a vast array of different things. The blueprints for 2 yet to be built Jovian frames,
Okay.
a tungsten artillery round large enough in size and shape that it can house a Jovian within it. A clockwork raven surveillance system to work in tandem with the Order of the Feather.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on 1 second. A blueprint for the Deicito.
Okay.
Jeez. There's a lot here, okay, so bear with me.
All good, man.
Yes, here we are. A automated guard system further expounded upon after your discussion with Silas previously about such a endeavor.
Yeah. Automated defense system. Yeah, I remember that.
And one thing that both makes your blood kind of run cold and titillates the inner craftsman within you. A project called Project Arcana. A upscaled, heavily weaponized, and refined version of the automated guard plan. A machine compiling both his understanding of the Warforged, the Jovian, and more importantly, a tool that might further protect lives in Aurora after so much devastation.
Motherfucker tried to build an Eva.
Not too far off the mark.
I know, that's why I said that. Motherfucker.
However, as you go over the notes, it appears that this is an automated automaton, requiring no pilot input, unlike the Jovians.
So he was planning to create a sentient one, or like controlled remotely.
Essentially, a sentinel, yes. He was trying to make Alexander. If you're familiar with what I'm talking about.
I am.
The project clearly will require a great deal of manpower, resources, and time. But all of the necessary blueprints and outlines are here. And if he had the time and manpower, he likely would have already completed this.
Okay, this is gleaming through what he's planning and the amount of materials and stuff that he would need, and assuming like like he puts the full brunt of Flintco into it. How long would it take to build this thing?
It would take you a month.
That's surprisingly fast.
Well, I'm also accounting for the engineers who are currently aboard Aurora as well.
Yeah, but I'm thinking about the engineers that I have in the company. So like.
Oh yeah, I'm accounting for like both groupings, along with
Yeah.
the training that the Avali have given to the engineers on Aurora.
Oh, so it's okay. So that's all hands on deck a month.
Yeah, that's like all hands on deck, like all devoted to this task. It would take about a month's time for you to complete the Talos project, the Arcana project.
And potential fire, like in terms of power level, how strong does this seem to be? Are we talking
If
harass
this
level?
blueprint is correct, this is probably the most devastating weapon that all of Toril has ever seen, forged by the hand of man.
Okay, gonna put a pin on that for now. gonna put a pin on that. Something to discuss, but put a pin
That's
on that.
also part of the reason why he ain't make it yet. That's a big gun to bring to the world.
Yeah, and I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if we're desperate enough for that situation, but it's honestly a toin cost. So that's again, put pin on that. Might be something we have to discuss because right now,
True.
in Gus's head, there's a lot of things to discuss with certain people.
But along those lines, less craft-oriented plans include a flotilla of airships to kind of further enhance Aurora's defensibility, a new Barovian railway to the greater settlements,
Nice.
and a agricultural ring. From your notes, it seems that this project is already currently being enacted.
Okay.
As well as a Mysium apparatus modification. That's the final thing I think I can see. There might be more, but it's like scattered in certain other things. But yeah. The
Okay.
Sentinels, the drop pods, the Ravens, the flotilla, railway, agriculture. Yep, everything's there. Yep.
Honestly, the Ravens are probably the easiest things. You could probably crack that within a week. To be honest, considering.
Yeah, with a big enough workforce dedicated to the task, you could literally crank out well over about maybe 500 of these things.
Yeah,
They're rather
pretty
simple,
easy.
and you have the magical know-how available that allow you to animate these constructs pretty easily.
We'll see, but that's gonna depend on what the need is right now. Anyway, again, another thing to put in a pin on. But yeah, after reading through all of this, it's like talk about, and seeing that Chiquita's like okay, or at least she's functional and she's not in immediate danger. Gus will send a group chat to everyone in the unlikely few, basically, and Lance, and just say as soon as possible. I think we need to have a discussion. Hopefully within tonight, but let's get some rest. Take a break. Shit just went down, but a discussion needs to be had.
And you hear Yu's voice over the line, replying that they can have that meeting by mid-afternoon or evening, as the guard quickly do their best to resolve and suppress any panic resulting from the recent incident.
This all happened like before noon or something, or like what's it, 10 in
Yeah.
the morning
Yes.
still?
Yeah, it's like, this is like
in the morning.
10, 11 in the morning.
God.
Good lord. Alright,
What a
that's
way
it.
to start the day, eh?
I know, right?
Best way to start the day.
Birds are singing, flowers are blooming.
Oh
Welcome
my
to
God.
And civilian casualties.
Does this mean Isla has more free time?
Sure. Violet wants to break away from the current gathering. She could easily do that and pursue another task.
Yeah.
But before we get into that, how about we take a quick little break? We've been at it for about 2 hours, and I think everybody could use a little stretchy break, grab some snacks, top up your coffee, or like drink some water if you got some. I'm gonna take a quick
Okay.
little bathroom break.
Yeah, do the same.
What's up, Eden?
I just wanted to ask how I'd go about getting a diamond or stone thingy.
There are various shops that you can frequent,
That's not what I
like
meant to do.
apothecaries, for example. Are you attempting to obtain a diamond for like a resurrection spell, for example?
For Revivify, specifically for
Yes.
Revivify.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you can go to like a local magic shop within Aurora. They are costly, but you will be able to find some. Yes.
Just gives Eden, if Eden like
Isla.
announces that if Isla announces that they're doing this, like Gus will hand over 300 gold for as a contribution for it.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Fork over more. More
Why?
than one stone is preferred.
Yeah, but I'm not the only one here.
I
I'm
know.
con-
I know. I'm just saying, like, I prefer to get at least more than 2, if possible.
I was hoping to get at least one for each of you.
Okay. Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I
okay,
feel
sounds
like we
good.
got the most money here.
yeah,
That said, I'm gonna step
have
away
the
for a
most money, I
sec,
think.
and I will be back in about 5, okay?
You literally lined your pockets with.
Alrighty, folkies. Let's go get some snackies, some drinks, take a whiz if you need to, stretch if you haven't, because sitting for more than an hour or 2, bad for circulation in the legs. You don't want those clots in your leggies after all. You must take good care of your leggies. But with that said, I'll be back in just a moment. So, go stretch. Don't say no. I don't care if it's late. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Stretch your hammies. Stretch your pussy. We'll be back in 5. Alrighty, my fine friends. I got some coffee brewing. Fresh bean juice. In the meantime, let's see what our group of friends are doing, eh? Hey guys.
Hello.
Man.
Alrighty. Just give me
I
one
stepped up for a
second.
moment.
That's all good. It's all good.
And I am enjoying some strawberry cake.
Ooh, nice.
Gotta get on that apple pie, man.
Oh, we have that too. I had that earlier today. With some ice cream. Delicious.
The way and the
Yeah.
truth.
I think I need some apple pie to heal my emotional damage.
You were asking Gandiva, does Chiquita even carry gold with her?
Um, does she?
A little bit.
She, little
I would
bit.
assume even if she doesn't see the point of it, she would still carry it because other people do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
cause Isla was going around asking for 300 gold for everyone to buy diamonds.
Chiquita had 83 gold, which probably got melted.
That's that's also a thing. That's also a thing I was wondering.
Yeah.
That 80, no,
It's
it
just
didn't
a
get
big
melted.
wad.
The
It's like they
80
got
gold is
fused
now a
together.
part of you. It's now a part of
Oh, she got blinged out.
you. Yeah.
Hey, Gandiva with a grill. Or Chiquita with a grill.
Chiquita with a
What
grill, like she
the
got grilled.
fuck, bro? I mean, you know what? Fuck it, we ball.
True. All right.
So we have that. Yeah.
So, we left off with Chiquita's repairs, or at least placeholder repairs, completing.
You back.
Isla wanted to head off to purchase diamonds for the group.
Gus gave
More
Isla
like
300.
Isla wants to rob group and then buy diamonds with said funds.
Just ask, you know.
It is then that you hear over the sending stone, Youth asking if you're ready for that meeting.
Yes, and yes, he yes he is, and we'll go to the conference room that previously met him, I
Yep,
guess.
yep.
And Gus will like ask Lance to come with him as well, because he feels like he needs to hear this too.
Lance takes a deep breath and walks along.
As follows along too. Because she feels safe around Nance.
So just out of curiosity, what was the
Yeah.
total pool for diamonds?
Well, I gave it so far. I don't know what about everyone else.
I haven't.
if you're on-
I don't think Isla's asked anybody else so far.
That's the thing, yeah. I mean, technically, I guess Lance would give money, but also Isla hasn't asked yet, so.
Yeah, Isla hasn't asked anybody since about Gus yet.
Okie
I,
doke.
well, we can talk after we can ask after the meeting because the meeting is kind of important.
Yeah. I mean, so it's keeping y'all alive, but okay.
Yeah.
Right. Following the familiar pathway through the city and its winding corridors and lifts, you eventually make your way to the upper levels where the conference room is located and enter the rather stark room before taking a seat at its large, centered table. There, you see Youth, Ziz, Alistair, whom appears to be in a wheelchair, and a number of other individuals whom you've yet to formally be introduced to.
And I guess Rocco's also with us.
Yeah, I would imagine Roko would have joined for the meeting as well.
Yes.
As you all take your seats, Youth looks to the party, equal parts concerned and curious as to what they have to say. What's the meeting specifically being called for?
Well, first things first, Gus will relay all the information he's picked up from Silas's uh, workbook slash journal, and specifically point towards like the projects that he wanted to build, and see engage the interest of the people in the con in the conference on which ones seem to be of need and which ones need to be, it's not could be held off for a bit. Finishing off with the idea of the Sentinel. Start with that first.
As you recount the various projects that you had uncovered within Silas's journal, one by one listing them off, before eventually stating that these were unfinished ideas and blueprints the late Silas had composed before his passing. You kind of round it all up with a final statement regarding the priority at which these projects should be executed and the resulting interest of them. As you mention the Combat Sentinels and the Talos project, it can clearly be seen that the large automaton elicits a degree of apprehension.
I figured as much.
But the application of the Raven surveillance and the standard automaton quickly draws Ziz's rapt attention as he refers to his time in Ravnica and working with the Izzet League. The practical applications would be astronomical and potentially save hundreds of thousands of lives on the battlefield.
Okay. Gus will then discuss with Rocco and all the other crafters in the room to see how we can arrange such a thing to be created as soon as possible. And I think we have the resources to get that in probably within the next week or so, give or take. Yeah.
For the Sentinels?
Yeah, no, for the
automaton, I mean. Yeah, the regular
the-
little robots, the standard robots.
I was talking about the Ravens. Like
The Ravens. Oh yeah, those will be done in with the resources available, and depending on how much of the engineering force you allocate to the task, it can be done in as short a span as 2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay. And that would probably make communication a lot easier, or
Exponentially so. Both
And
surveillance
surveillance.
and communication.
So I think that would be a priority for recon, especially not just for the front line, but also could probably send them off to where the gods may have fallen and get an idea on what's going on there. Because I don't feel comfortable sending actual people to look into these things, to be honest. So there's that.
Youth gives an empathetic expression, stating that the Order of the Feather has loyally and faithfully helped protect Barovia for quite some time, and anything that they can do to mitigate their losses they will easily pursue.
We don't have to throw bodies around if we don't have to. And yeah, and then so that will be the priority, and then the automatons, the actual combat automatons, to see if put we can help that at least, and see how long that would take. Allocate resources and all that, and have that all done. And once all the talk of the craft happens, Gus is going to um, straighten himself up. Now, the other thing I wanted to talk about was, well, for one thing, I'm a little concerned with your party, or the people we keep around. And I look at Lance. First up, the madman who just took another Denarian in him. I'm not sure about how all of you feel, but I'm not exactly happy with the idea that we have someone in our lines, gathering Denarians within him and growing more powerful. That feels like a ticking time bomb that we might have to deal with. And even more recently, what appears to be a literal time bomb, where your Warforged friend just decimated another part of the city and killed another part of this civilians.
Leave the care of Chiquita to me.
Can you make it at least that it doesn't happen again? Because
That is not a question, that is an affirmative.
okay, well, I'll leave it to you then. But about Tranquil, what are your thoughts on him? He seems trustworthy, but I don't know. Something about being that driven to gather Denarians, and I'm sure most of you have had experience with Denarians. Having just one be a part of you is already a difficult task. What more having several? And he looks out to the unlikely few because he feels like they have
The
more.
ones with experience.
They're the ones with experience. Yeah.
The room falls silent for a time as they kind of all look to each other, each considering their words before they share. The first to speak is Youth. I understand your apprehension. To be quite honest with you, I find the whole of the Denarian people to be very concerning. Anything that would threaten the life of a god probably shouldn't be walking around flippantly. But then I'm forced to tackle with the question, if that's not acceptable, the weaponizing of their power, then what makes what I can do any more acceptable? She says as she conjures a pyre of silvery fire. It emits no heat and casts a dim glow amidst the already lit room.
Now, I may be mistaken, my lady, but I'm pretty sure you don't have anyone else living in that head of yours.
Certainly not. However, on that same end, I've had allies who have. They might not all necessarily be Denarians, but if your friend Tranquil has proven and continues to prove himself capable of maintaining control, Who are we to question his means? We are at war after all,
Yes,
and pulling our punches led to catastrophe.
and it's exactly why that because we are at war that makes me concerned. Look, I can I pretty much trust Tranquil. I don't fully trust him yet. He's definitely an ally. At least he says so. And how he acts, he seems to be on the up and up. But he just added someone into his head. He just added the Denarian of Madness to his head. We don't know how that's going to affect him from now on. And he plans to add even more voices in his head. Are we just going to let that happen? Are we just going to just let one singular person try and contain the powers and personalities and God knows what else of all of different powerful beings and put them all into one in our side? And what if he decides that he doesn't want to be on our side anymore? What if I don't know, something about it just worries me.
Yes, I get you're worried, and frankly, I am too. But I'm not sure what you want to suggest we do. Are you
I'm
saying we
I'm
just?
I'm not saying we slit his throat if that's what you're asking. I'm just asking what contingency do we have in case we do, if when that comes to shove. Can you at least, I don't know, can you at least make a pact with Lalamet to dispatch him dispatch him when we ask? Something like that at least. Just so that I don't know.
Easy, Rico's under control. Cancel suplex him.
I wouldn't mind watching that, honestly. But yeah,
I also wouldn't mind watching that. And honestly, in your dragon mode, that's actually not that hard. It's probably not that hard. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to, Again.
Yeah, the Golden Dragon is the one of justice and order.
Yeah.
So, easy solution.
It's
But also, Cass believes in Tranquil. He is always good company. He writes such nice poems. And you were joking with me today. It was very nice.
I can believe in Tranquil. I'm not sure if I can believe in the collective that he's trying to gather. I guess what I'm asking is, are we just going to let him continue gather more Denarians to absorb? And also, what do we do when it does start to become a problem?
Youth speaks up once more. If I'm being honest, I don't truly believe he'll be able to gather all of them by any stretch of the imagination. Though, I do admit the utility of having someone collect them, especially on the eve of potential world war. If they're in our possession, they're not in the hands of the enemy. So, even if he doesn't manage to absorb them, or meld with them, whatever it is that people like him do with them, I would rather it at least be out of the hands of someone potentially far more dangerous and with clearly nefarious intention. Should he ever do decide to go rogue, well, it'll be dealt with, she says through somewhat gritted teeth.
Gonna lie, that doesn't really fill me with confidence. But again, this is your rodeo. This is your operation. I'll leave it to you. It's just voicing my concern.
Well, to that end, I suppose I would ask, what would you have us do? In your position, if you had the means and resources, what would your course of action be?
Honestly, put a kill switch on him.
And you see her her face visibly twist up into disgust. You would have us turn our own enemies into slaves? Our own allies into slaves?
Not slaves. It's more. It's a precaution.
And who, per se, has the kill switch for the one holding it? How many kill switches do we need? When does it end?
Well, usually for this kind of thing, and just like looking up, thinking about it, I would say the best would be like you'd have to make it so that you have to trigger 5 in order for it to work, just so that it's not one person accidentally doing it. It's more of a safety precaution. I'm not saying it's gonna be mean. Just saying that, and you asked me what I would do. It's just again, just a when it comes to that, and at least when something like that happens, and with at least 5 people, it becomes that's enough perspective to see it in the big picture that it's a threat. Not turning us into tyrants here. I'm just turning. Again, you're the ones who's letting him be a weapon.
Is it any different than all the rest of you? Than myself? We need weapons right now.
And we need to make sure that the weapons are not pointed at us.
And that is absolutely fair. But if we start collaring our own allies, we're incentivizing them to turn against us.
Well, thing is, I don't plan to do this against his will. I was thinking, considering the way he's acting it, he might consent to it, to be honest. Because if we assist him with gathering denarians and use that as the precaution that we want to have, that's not enslaving them, is it? If he agrees to it.
And you see her kind of somewhat uncomfortable. It feels no different than putting a sword to someone's throat and telling them to...
Then we don't put that on him if he doesn't want to gather more of these coins to do it for him. It's just that if he wants to keep gathering these entities into him and turning into some superpowered god knows god killer, because these things are god killers, right? And you want multiple of those in one entity having dissenting. Again, am I the only one seeing how this could be potentially worse for us if this goes bad?
You are working with too many hypotheses.
Exactly. And there are too many unknowns. At least with this, we have control over something.
Yes. Control over the ally you fought alongside.
Again, I'm not going to force this into him. And in fact, I'm going to be completely blatant to him. It's like, look, this is what we kind of feel. This is our concern. Do you think this is okay? I'm not going to just,
Oh, of course, we understand. It's not exactly like we're going to abscond with him in the middle of the night and slap a kill collar on him. But you have to understand the ethics involved in what you're asking.
And are you really going to have the moral high ground when the other part of your plan is to gather god killers into one entity and force it into hopefully make it face the other direction that's not pointing at us?
These theories are going in loops now.
Then I would ask you this. Suppose we do put the collar on. Suppose it doesn't go wrong. Or suppose it does. Suppose we spend all this time arguing over the ethics and the potential of what could happen, rather than gathering what arms we can. Suppose another battle on the horizon comes, and rather than scrambling... yes, it is scrambling. Let's be honest here.
We are
None
already
of us
scrambling.
know what we're doing. None of us have ever fought in a conflict of this caliber, this degree.
Look, if I'm being honest, I'm seeing it as you called him a weapon, right? And I'm seeing this the same way. I build weapons for a living. We put in safety features in weapons to make sure that it doesn't cause any harm when it goes wrong. That's the perspective I'm having in this. That's all it is.
And I understand. But you must remember, he's a person.
He is. That's why
He's not
that's
just the weapon to point and pull the trigger.
yes. Yes, and I believe the other friend that you had was also a person. I look at Lance. How did that go? How did that go about?
You're referring to John, right?
I am referring to John.
Yeah, okay. Just
Yeah.
clarifying.
I'm just
I'm-
saying. I don't want to force this into him. In fact, we won't even do it yet. We'll have this conversation with him. I'm just saying that I don't want another potential time bomb to go off without us doing anything to prevent it. Again, we like you said, we're at war. We're scrambling. Are we really just going to let fuses light up everywhere and not take note of them or do what we can to make sure that it doesn't hurt ourselves?
We already take very thorough notes on everything happening around us at all times. Or, at the very least, I am. In fact, I find it rather amusing that this very situation reminds me of my treatment toward Chiquita before finally acknowledging her as her own person with a will and everything. To say the least, it is an argument going to mere circles when we have more pressing matters to attend to.
That's fair.
Not all this theory crafting of yours.
That's fair.
Wouldn't
I'll
it
talk-
be more prudent anyhow to speak all this open honesty with this tranquil individual yourself, rather than speaking behind him on the matter?
Oh, I plan to talk to him about it. I'm just thinking. I was just wanted to ask what your thoughts were to mitigate whatever damage that might happen, or could
For
happen.
as long as I have known Quint, he had always had that denying within him. I imagine even longer than that, as I'm sure you here can attest to. I think it's safe to say that it will not be our problem until it becomes our problem, in which case it will be thoroughly dealt with. I think that is the bottom line here. Wouldn't you agree, youth?
Silas carried that denarian with him for 7 years. In those 7 years, I believe I've only saw him lose control once. However, the situation called for it.
And that was one. That was one denarian in him. This man
It
has
was.
two now. This man has two now. And potentially even more if we move forward with this. That's why, again, that's the reason why I was concerned with this.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, maybe we should give him a chance. For now.
Alright.
See how this pans out. He has two. Let's sit back and watch and see what happens. When he gets a third, we can discuss this once more. If that even happens. Because again, as I said, I don't believe he'll be able to contain them all. I don't think anybody could.
And it doesn't concern you what might happen when he fails? When 3 denarians are in one area? Okay, never mind. Okay.
It
Okay.
doesn't.
It doesn't. Yes. I had my hands tied here in Aurora. But rest assured, if I was in Waterdeep, things would have ended quite differently. As she says this, you see a flare of silvery fire kind of erupt from her. It doesn't emit any heat as before, but it's somewhat impressive.
Okay. I'll withdraw my concern for now. Then. I'll also talk to Tranquil about it. I'm sure he'll have his opinions as well.
I agree. I think that if this is to be discussed further, it should include some of his input. I think that would assuage some of the ethical concerns if we had a hard and definitive opinion from him himself.
Speaking of ethical concerns and, well, when you mentioned like turning our allies into slaves, did you fix that thing with Xander?
And she smiled. Practice what you preach. You can find him in the library.
Good to know. Okay. And Gus visibly relaxes and like keeps himself from there on.
And as she sees him relax, perhaps this situation with Xanther bears some similarities to our Tranquil situation. And with that said, having learned the lesson, I would caution you to do the same. We are at war, yes. But if we let fear of the enemy drive us to turn against our own allies in such a way that we alienate one another, then they have already won the war.
And Gus nods. Like, okay. Okay. So to the task in hand, you know how we're entering the Underdark and where they're going to go get scrolls?
Yes. After taking some time, researching some of the nearby maps and speaking with some cartographers and local rangers, we were able to glean a relative concrete outline as to where you might find entry into the Underdark. One sec. From our understanding, in the Evermoors, a network of tunnels can be found that lead deep, deep into the North Dark. It should be able to bring you out to the Mid-Dark without too many issues. And from there, you'll want to head to Menzo Berenzan. Sorry, that's a weird one to pronounce. Menzo Berenzan. It is the capital city of the Drow. We have a contact you can find there. A part of the Bregan Daerth, a mercenary and mercantile organization that does business with Waterdeep.
Whereabouts is that? Can you ping it in the map?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was like, I found one, but I don't know where the other was.
Right
There
up
we
top
go.
here. Right up top.
Okay. And I've noticed that that's one of the sites that we've seen a god fall on. Do you have any idea who that is?
Not yet. We're awaiting the return of some of the Order of the Feather.
It's a nice one.
Suddenly, as she says that, you hear a crackle over the sending stone. Reports of a strange bird attempting to fly in through the hangar. It's like banging up against the barrier, currently barring unauthorized entry inward.
Like going into the meeting room?
Into the
Or-
hangar in the upper layers of the city. Guardsmen are reporting over the sending stone that a strange bird, unusually large, is attempting to fly into the hangar. This would be relatively unremarkable, except it's persistently trying to do so.
They try capturing it?
Youth, hearing Gus say this, gives the order over the sending stone. Moments later, you hear the sounds of exasperated guardsmen huffing and puffing before a confirmation of the capture of the creature.
Does it talk? Does it?
That's exactly what he goes on to say next. That apparently it's speaking and asking to meet with Silas.
I mean, if it's an order of the feather, would they be able to transform back to a person? Or I don't know. I don't know how that works.
The
Maybe-
guardsman asks Youth and any of the other authority whether or not the creature should be brought to them. To which Youth agrees, cautioning them to proceed carefully, as they know not whether or not it's a trap or a cleverly laid ruse. And so, Those within the meeting room wait. After a time, two guardsmen enter the room. Between them, they are carrying a bird, black and white in coloration. At first glance, you would liken it to a magpie. However, it's the size of a vulture, and screaming that they unhand it immediately.
Well, just close the door behind you, and then we can probably let it go.
Alexa big booty.
Heeding your prompting, the two guardsmen lay the bird to the ground, where it indignantly tufts and ruffles its feathers as they depart the room. Roko, as you look upon the bird, you immediately recognize who you're looking at. It's been some time, a few years in fact, but you're looking at Poe.
I knew it.
I don't know what that is.
About time those assholes let go of me. How they treat a hero of Barovia. Can you believe this?
Indeed, how very undignified.
The
And where
bird-
have you been, anyhow?
The bird hops several paces forward, leaping up onto a chair and then perching on the table. Well, I've been going out and gathering information, obviously. Hilger didn't make any mention of it?
Contact with the large... canine? Feline? It's hard to tell. Contact with the large one has been spotty lately. I am not quite sure what she's been up to.
The large raven-like creature shakes its head, turning to look at you with one of its eyes. I thought she said she was going back to Barovia. Well, whatever the case.
I heard there was something about tracking a dangerous beast, almost completely comprised of eyeballs, which I find a little ridiculous, but knowing what exists in this world, well, in either case. What news do you bring then?
Well, I don't know if you've noticed, but, stuff's falling out of the sky. Yeah.
Still noted.
And, that stuff is it's people. It's people. It's a lot of people.
Gods.
Roko, you mind introducing us to your friend?
Oh, my apologies. The bird rears up, puffing out its chest. It kind of extends a wing before draping it before itself, giving way to a strange mock bow. I am Poe, Nevermorn of the Shadowfell.
And an old companion of Quint's. Yes, by the way, there's some news about that.
Yeah, where is he? He was supposed to greet me. I can't find or sense him anywhere. Is he off on a trip?
No. He is dead.
What?
The
See
first
the
phase
bird
of our-
visibly deflate.
The first phase of our attack on Waterdeep was... It was not ideal. Many were lost. Many continue to be lost, but more so, our beloved heroes were lost, including him, under the hand of the Scarlet King.
And the bird breaks out into mournful squawks and crows.
Listen, I know it is very unfortunate news, but please, that noise you were making, it's hurting.
Oh, I'm sorry. Bird takes a moment to collect itself. Right. Those people who fell. The ones who fell to the north, they're currently making their way here.
And who are these people exactly?
Well, one of them had really large wings, like a butterfly. The other looked like just a man. They were followed by a bunch of goblins, dryads, strange creatures that normally you wouldn't see in such numbers. They appeared to be marching towards here.
How far off are they?
Not to Waterdeep.
Pardon me, sorry. I like both of those. I kind of like heard at the same time, so I didn't catch either of them. What was it you said? Yes, they are on their way to Waterdeep.
Yeah, and I asked how far off are they?
Ah, how far off are they? Okay. Well, let's see. Roughly 340 miles to the north. Likely a day or two's hike away.
Oh, they're moving fast. Okay.
Man,
A lot of their number were astride creatures and mounts. I don't think I've ever seen such a strange collection of different animals and peoples.
Can you describe the one with the fairy wings in more detail? Maybe we might recognize them.
Yeah. I was
Oh,
wondering
yes. Yes. The woman with the wings was very, very beautiful. She had these bright blue eyes, this fair skin, and blonde hair. And the man that was with her, he looked pretty similar too. I didn't want to get too close because I was concerned they might attack me. But if I were to guess, they're probably some of the tallest elves I've ever seen.
In any case, if your information is correct, then this... You lot, what do you call yourselves now anyway?
Chainbreakers, I think, is what they've decided on.
Yeah, so that is...
Chainbreakers.
That or breaker chains, your choice.
Your choice. We're still workshopping it.
We're workshopping it.
Good, because I hate them both. Anyway, the point being, I think we have a job for you two then, since you will already be on your way toward that direction, toward the Evermores.
I mean, from the description that we got from Poe, I think most of the people in that council room pretty much except for Rocco, I guess, since she's not from this world. We kind of get that they're Fae, right? Most likely.
Yes.
Okay. And Lance, do you think you can be a little more specific and know who these are? Are they good Fae? Are they bad? Well, I guess that's relative for Fae. Are they friendly Fae?
Give me a religion check. As you comb your memory of all
Oh
you've
boy.
gleaned about the gods.
You're the lore person, man. I don't know that shit.
Well, the
Okay, but
three.
I don't know why, but I feel like this would be a nice question to ask Isla, the resident.
Yeah, if only Isla stuck with the group, but you know.
Okay, do you want a crystal to stay alive, or would you prefer
You
to
don't
stay
know
dead?
this in character, so you don't start. Well, if
Oh.
I have a 13, but it's 23 if I had advantage.
As you comb your memory.
Cass had an idea.
Oh, what's that?
Cause they are Fae. What if we tell Isla the Sanding Stone?
But she's a fairy? Is that the reason why you were making that connection?
Yeah. It makes sense, right?
I guess it does make sense.
I also suppose, being a cleric, she might know something about the people that fell.
The chubby
Sure.
one is correct.
Who you calling chubby? I am body mass.
How quickly you changed that threw me off.
Yeah,
That
actually,
was peak. That was so peak, bro.
that was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Icky.
I guess we'll toss it in. It's like, hey Isla, I called you the Sending Stone.
No.
Well, we're just gonna ask you a question.
What?
I describe I give the same details that Poe gave us. Possibly Fae. Do you recognize these people?
Isla, give me a
Yes.
religion check.
Because the description of blonde hair and blue eyes tells me so much about these people.
Tall, winged elf-looking people. Yeah, I mean, they're,
I have
A
a
menagerie of creatures.
Okay, Lance knows more. Okay, good.
This is why we don't ask you things.
Okay.
If you need
I'm
to
willing-
survive, I'm the person, not
Yeah.
religion.
How many times have you healed us again?
What?
You healed Kaz once, at least.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean, like, my survivor roll.
Oh,
Yeah. Pretty sure I've saved us our butts once.
Oh yeah. The escape from the Tarask.
I
Perfect
know.
example.
My
Yeah.
survival.
yeah.
Mhm.
I have proficiency in survival. I have a 12 modifier. I feel like the
Yeah, but-
person asked for that, not this.
Ah, I
You
get
literally
you. I get you.
You literally said, "Oh, this would be the perfect question to ask Isla."
Hey, I never said I was honest.
I think you have actually. I
Wait,
think
when
you
did I say
have.
that? When did I say that? Because I was lying to you.
But I
No,
looked at
didn't
you.
look I never looked at my
I looked
survival.
at you and see if she has any or any of the other people in this room. Like, do they have a look of recognition of who these people are?
Let's take a look. See. 1 second.
Yeah, survival.
I have an idea out of character. I have an idea who these may be, but I'm hoping it's not.
Out
but
of
if it is-
Apparently, they're
character, I
not
have no clue what's going on.
beings enough for me to not to remember them.
Also, Silas, I don't know if you saw my messages. But
Yep.
Like 10 minutes. Okay.
No worries. We're getting to the last portion. After this is going to be the last portion of tonight.
I can't stay too much longer than that.
So, as Youth combs her memory, she kind of takes a moment. And then it clicks. Having elven ancestry herself, she has familiarity with the Fae pantheon. And there is but one fairy of such majesty and import that would draw an eye as such. And more so, that she would be paired with the one and only individual whom would follow her anywhere. It might actually be good news. If I'm correct and your description is accurate, then the ones approaching is none other than Titania herself
That's what
and
I was afraid of.
Oberon.
That's what I was afraid of. That's out of character. Ugh.
And there's one thing I know more than anything. That the Sealy Court will fight with us when they know what's at stake.
Ah, good news, finally. We really needed that.
Maybe you could send a sending or a message to them to contact? Can you? I don't have that power.
I think I have something else in mind. Just yesterday, I sent word to Barovia, and they're sending a detachment of reinforcements. I, myself, will go greet them. That way, worst comes to worst, I can at the very least escape. And confirm whether or not they are who they might be.
Aren't you the one holding off the barrier to this city? Isn't that a bad idea for you to leave and leave it vulnerable?
I need but be here to activate or deactivate it.
Okay, so you don't have to stay here. Okay.
Thanks to my good friend Ziz here, we were able to develop arcane capacitors that can store excess magical energy. I need but be the switching mechanism that turns it on. And I don't intend to be gone for long. Just to confirm what we might be suspicious of. And if so, then there might be others that will join our cause. My Lady Maestra being one of them.
Were you able to contact Maestro?
Not yet. But my hope is that perhaps Oberon and Titania, should they prove to be allies, could provide some insight.
I have a feeling you're making it sound like they might not be allies.
Well, these days, especially with the thoughts you have rolling around in my head, you can't be too sure, now can you?
That's true. That's fair. Also, they're Fae. So,
This is true. But they've got a history of fighting on the right side of history. Pardon the pun.
that's fair. So I guess we can go with you, or we'll all travel together since they're all going towards that area anyway.
Agreed. We can set off, perhaps, on the break of the morning tomorrow. This should allow your companion Chiquita, at the very least, to finish her repairs.
Tranquil can sleep in the on on the ship because he's still pretty worn out after his ordeal.
I agree. He didn't look too hot the last time I had seen him yesterday.
Now, did we show you the blue vein? No, we didn't, right?
Yes,
No.
actually.
Oh wait, did we?
Yeah. You brought it to her attention during one of the meetings that came up prior.
Oh,
Okay.
right.
She was there, yeah, she was just there. So it wasn't like a directly brought to her attention thing, but she was there to overhear.
Okay.
Yes, perhaps it'll give him another day to sleep off some of the side effects.
Well, I guess that's the plan. Unless you guys have anything else to do. Or
Nope.
all right. Well, I'm expecting someone else to help to take my spot on this because I think I need to stay here to make sure that things are running, especially with the new hole in the city. God damn it!
That's a very valid point.
He should be here. He did message me. He'll probably be here by tomorrow, but or actually probably sooner. Probably sooner, to be honest. But yeah. God, now I'm thinking about that hole.
Well, with that said then, I'll set to work preparing for tomorrow. I'll have your vessel loaded up with supplies, and I encourage you all to enjoy your night. As from what I've gleaned, the Underdark is a rather unpleasant place.
Well, from Waterdeep to another.
Can't catch a break.
And she gives you an emphatic nod. Before placing a hand on Lance's shoulder. Take heart. We're still fighting the good fight, it's not over yet.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep fighting. It's just I don't intend to give up. It's just more of I know we're gonna who knows how long we'll be fighting.
Ace will fight for as long as she needs to.
That's what I'm worried about.
Just focus on the next step in front of you. And worry less about how long we'll be fighting. It'll help keep things digestible. At least for now. Focus on what's in front of you.
I haven't given up, so yeah, I'll keep trying.
And as you say this, Poe flits over from the top of the table, perching atop your head, turning to meet your gaze as he leans over. Take heart!
I definitely will, Poe. Thank you.
That's a big ass bird to be in your head. It's the size
Has
of a
a
vulture.
tendency to do that. It is insufferable.
Hey, I can't help that you guys make for easy perches.
Gus looks at Rocco. Is this a relative of yours or something? I see the resemblance.
And you hear Poe tuft once more.
Rocco gives him a cold, hard stare.
First, keep comments on this. Fine, points all of you as raffle snapper.
She begins storming off out of the conference room, muttering to herself.
Gus Gus has a big shit-eating grin on his face. I'll take that. All right, back to work.
And one by one, the
We're
party funnels out of the conference room, going on to spend the evening however they see fit, blowing off whatever steam they need to before the next big job.
You know what would make Tranquil feel better? More sushi.
The fuck is sushi?
It is good. It is tiny fish. They are so tiny, but it's so good.
How do you even have access to fish in this city? Do they even have aqua farms?
There's
Anyway.
trading. Imports.
Yeah, fair. Anyway. I should also probably talk to Tranquil about what we just discussed. Let's go meet up and also brief everyone on what needs to be done. Gus calls into the sending stone for the chain breakers. All right, guys. New job's up. We're gonna have. Let's meet up and let's all get briefed.
And as they go on, somewhere else, far off in Toril, amidst the Sword Coast to the south,
Oh no.
a trio of individuals make their way to one of the nearby craters. A blackened smoke pouring out from its center. As the pseudo-dragon perched atop the man at the four's shoulder splits up into the air. You see its flesh begin to morph and undulate. The sound of cracking bone fills the air as the small pseudo-dragon changes, becoming something else. John looks to the massive form of Rock, noticing that he seems bigger this time around, more imposing. He seems stronger. Perhaps not by much, but just enough that you notice the difference.
Well, you're thriving in this environment.
And when war swallows this entire world, I will be at my greatest.
Well, our quarry's right there. What do you think our odds are?
I know not who we face, but I know they will bleed.
Fair enough. After you.
And as the trio continue forward, Rock, followed by Jian, and Father Basir just behind him. As you approach the crater,
No.
peering over its edge, you look down at the center. You see a figure rising up from within. They begin to dust themselves off, obscured by the darkened miasma pouring out from the center of the crater. And as you look down, peering at them, a gentle breeze pours over the scene before you. The smoke is cast aside for but a moment, and you see who you have stumbled upon. As you look upon the masked countenance of the Raven Queen herself.
Oh. Huh. God.
With the twist.
As she attempts to dust the debris from the finery of her dress, she casts a gaze up at the sky, and from nowhere discernible does a black raven come fluttering down to perch upon her wrists. As she looks upon the fowl, as if the two are sharing in some unspoken conversation, does the bird take to the sky once more, flying away, as she turns her gaze toward the trio standing at the edge of the crater.
There's a look of recognition on John on who exactly he's looking at right now. And he can feel his grip on his sword tighten.
Looking back, she speaks across the distance between. So, mortal, I see your memories. I know why you're here.
You know, of all the gods that were around, of all possibilities, I never really had much of a grudge against you. You just did your job. All things die after all.
Why, yes, they do. So I suppose the next question will be, is that what you intend to do today?
If today is to be my end, then it'll be my end. But at the very least, I'll take it. I'll take that end. Do trying my best to take a swipe on on my goals here. And John takes a stance.
Bold words from a mortal. Then let us test your mettle, shall we? And as she says this, she extends forth a hand as blackened shadow stuff begins to manifest at her fingertips before coalescing into a solid form, taking the shape of a scythe.
John gives a glance to Brock and then nods.
As the two of you meet each other's gaze for but a moment, that single nod of affirmation being all that needs to be said. Roll initiative as you prepare to do battle with the Raven Queen, patron goddess of the Shadarkai.
Oh fuck. God. You know, when I was going to go against, when I'm going to go kill God, I didn't know the first one I'm going to fight is the freaking God of Death.
The irony, I rolled. Out of 38 potential, this is who you got. 38 different potentials.
I was like, wow, this is a little too poetic.
I know, the irony was like, oh, oh shit.
Let's go.
Oh wow, wow, we all have kind of shitty
Initiative rolls, yeah.
I guess Raven Queen goes first if she has higher deck.
Yes, indeed.
Really? Death? First boss is dead?
All right. Initiative is tracked, and the Raven Queen is the first to act.
Because it's true what they say, you really can't outrun that.
Holy fuck. Okay, so like, this is the first time she's being used in action, so bear with me, okay? There's a lot here.
I mean, that counts. Did the likely try to fight her already? Or was that just an encounter?
It wasn't really an encounter or a battle per se. They met with her, it didn't go well, and she just kind of, yeah. Yeah.
I remember that much.
And she starts off unleashing a raven's cry to the very air around her. The sound carries power, reverberating and making reality tremor under her asserted will. In 3 rounds, Shadar Kai will emerge from portals.
Oh god. Better do a lot of damage. Better do a lot of damage, Rock.
All right. And that's going to conclude her turn. Next up in the initiative is going to be Rock, whom looks upon the Raven Queen and, attempting to test the waters, attacks from afar.
Holy. Okay.
Oh, one second.
Aw.
Nah, I know how to fix that. I just constantly forget about it. There we go.
Okay.
And as a swarm of conjured weapons launch forward towards her, the barrage meets and hits as 2 stray weapons manage to strike her divine form, dealing 41 damage in the process.
Okay.
Deciding it best to reposition and apply a flank, Rock attempts to break to the left. We turn to Father Basir. Yea, as I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no heathen, bearing the harlots and the false words. They will face judgment, he says as he draws forth an axe from his hip and attempts to close some of the distance. And grabbing with his other hand the pistol on his hip, he attempts to fire a shot, but it misses. Jean, it is now your move.
Okay. Well, she's within 16 feet, so 60 feet. So bonus action, Hunter's Mark. And all the damage I can do. Knock that off. Okay. There we go. That's the bonus action. And she's within 55 feet, I think. Oh wow, she is. So the area around her, is that still just solid ground, or is that like a shadowy portal from somewhere?
That is the dissipating divine essence of shadow stuff emanating from the crash of her fall. Yes, that is
Okay.
solid ground underneath her feet.
Not sure if that's gonna hurt.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm gonna go straight at her.
All right. Dashing forward with supernatural speed and agility. Jean, with sword readied, closes the distance with the Raven Queen.
And the first attack is actually going to be a kick towards the hand where she has her sight on. Natural 20.
And as you attempt to kick the scythe from her hand, as if bound to it by the shadowy energies emanating, it stays fast. But your attack proves to be effective.
Yeah, but still damage though. So I'm trying to do a disarming attack. So that's gonna add a D10 to the. So that's a D10 to the damage. So that's 2D10. So let's roll damage first. Okay, plus 2, 10. Okay, so 10 plus 17, that's 17 damage total. Wait, really? 4%. What did I roll? Oh, that's not, is that? Eh? 1d6, so it's not the critical yet, right? I'm trying to
Pardon?
I'm trying to see if the damage I did was already critical. Oh yeah, it was already.
Yeah, but I would double that total.
Okay.
Yeah, so it would be 27 damage in total.
Okay.
It would be. As your foot makes connection with her hand, you attempt to disarm her. The attack seems to have no impact or effect on her physically, as she takes no damage. Wait, does it count as on that?
I'm a monk, dude.
Right.
Attacks are counted,
I always forget.
magical attacks.
I forget. Yep, I forget. All right, yeah, it goes through. It goes through. You deal 27 damage.
Yeah. So I'm guessing she won't do. She doesn't need to do the save because she just can't be disarmed, right?
Yeah, this weapon cannot be disarmed from her.
Fair enough. I tried. Second attack will be. I'll unsheath the sword and try to see what that does. 31 to hit.
And it does. As you bring your sword to bear against the Raven Queen, slicing into her divine flesh.
And I'm going to make this attack. So it was a arc kick to her hand, and then I spin and I flash towards her legs, trying to trip her. So that's I'm also going to spend another superiority die that for a trip attack. Although I'm pretty sure she can't be tripped, can she?
She's immune to prone, yes.
Well, it still does extra damage, so
True.
I'll take it. So that's plus 1d10. Roll 1d10. So that's 21 damage total?
21 damage in total.
Okay. Oh, and just for the last, since it hit stunning strike.
She's also immune to stun.
Fuck. Yeah, I tried. I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
No, you are. I give you credit, man. You managed in the first round of combat. Like, she's got 89 damage on her, I think.
Oh.
So that's actually pretty impressive against the god. I wasn't even expecting you to do 50 damage in the first round. So.
Oh, I still have one more attack though.
Yeah.
So that's one. 29 to hit.
And it hits.
Okay, so she can't be tripped. She can't be disarmed. She can't be stunned. Let me check my bag of tricks. Try what I can, man. Trip, arm. Oh, by the way, she needs to do a. I'm pretty sure she can just mix it though, but she needs to do two DC 12
Con saves, yeah.
What's it? Con save, just to see if minus. It might minus her dex. Okay.
Even on a crit fail.
That's a crit fail.
That was a crit
That's
fail.
a crit fail.
That's a crit fail.
Motherfucker. Never mind. Shit doesn't work. Holy fuck.
Yeah. I told you, nothing
Oh.
like anything he's ever faced before.
That's fair. That's fair. That works. Just roll. Let me just roll damage again. Wait,
Yeah,
wait,
damage. Yes, damage still goes through
Yeah.
for 19. All right.
19. All right. I still have. Okay, no, that's my action, my bonus action, and my movement. Action surge. Do I want to spend stamina? Not yet. Let's leave it at that. Let's leave it at that for now.
And as you complete your turn, you finish this rondo of onslaught doled out against the Raven Queen. You manage to land some successful strikes, dealing some impressive damage. And as she takes a moment, reeling back from the hit, she then turns her masked gaze towards you. The unending darkness that is the holes for the eyes of her mask. You can feel the intensity staring into you. Well, well, well. Rather impressive, mortal. But let's see how you handle this, she says as she holds her scythe aloft before bringing it down twice.
22 to hit. They both miss.
They both successfully miss. Okay, excellent.
This is why I start with the unarmed attack. That extra 2 AC helps, man.
And that's gonna be her turn. We then look to Rock, whom continues his flanking maneuver, attempting to skirt the outside of the crater while assailing her with conjured weapons from afar.
Okay. Bro.
Jesus!
Bro! Come on, man!
And in direct retaliation, she fires off a spell in the direction of Rock.
Come on, man. We're in Avatar of War. What's going on?
I know,
Okay,
right?
okay.
Like, hold on. Oh, Jesus.
2 natural ones in a row, bro.
I know, man. I know. That throws me fucking off, dude. I'm like scrambling to try to figure out. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna hurt. Holy shit. He's gonna just burn a legendary resistance on that.
Is that DC 47?
DC 47, yes.
Good lord.
And as she launches a retaliatory fireball in the direction of Rock, he takes 16 damage. All right. We then turn to Father Basir, whom continues his charge forward, ready to join Jean against the Raven Queen on the front lines. With axe held aloft, he swings 2 mighty swings. That she easily parries away. Almost lazily so.
Guys, come on, man. Guys. Guys.
John, it is now your move once more.
I look at both. The first, for the first moment, John looks at both Rack and Father Basir. Is like, come on, guys. The hell. And
Rock
okay.
looks back, shooting a nasty glare.
I didn't expect her to be so powerful.
She's a god. What did you expect?
I expected her to die.
This is the only time that John will show emotion is when he's like, I'm good for fighting. Why is this not working?
I'm okay. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
That's still an emotion.
Yeah. Okay. John's going to do a pushing attack. Oh wait, actually first, let me roll for hit. He's going to jump into the chest. Not jump. Kick into the chest of the Raven Queen. Does 21 hit? Not sure if it hits.
She sidesteps out the way, and you miss.
Okay. I hit. And I go for 2 more. If she sidesteps, I land on where I miss and turn around and do 2 more slashes. First one first.
And it hits.
26. Okay. Oh wait, fuck. Sorry. Can I roll d6s for the hunter's mark? I forgot.
Oh yeah. Hold on. Let me see how many you got. I think it's like what?
I got a
5 right now.
There should be.
No, wait. How many did you hit?
So
Yeah, that's the question. It's gonna be like
so
1.
There's a critical and 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
So
that would be 4, because you got to count this one too.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be 4. So 5d6.
5d6. Okay. Roll 5d6 first. 17. Every bit counts. So yeah, so that's the second attack. Third attack. 25.
And it hits.
Okay. And so that's 23, 24. Okay, and bonus action. Fuck it, flurry of blows. Since I can't stun her, I might as well just use it with flurry of blows.
Fair enough.
22.
Miss.
Okay. 18 misses, so that's fine. You tried.
All right. So, as Jan attempts to follow up these 2 effective slashes of his sword with quick follow-up jabs, the martial capacity of the Raven Queen proves to be rather impressive as she averts the last 2 strikes. And using a legendary action,
Of course she does. Of course she does.
she conjures forth a Shadar Kai.
Okay.
Just pulling up the stat block really quickly. Okay, perfect. Gotcha. Let me just slap a token on and we are good to continue.
Seeing these undead come out, John shouts to Father Basir, "Deal with the add-ons. We'll take care of the main target.
Speaking in layman's terms.
In MMO terms, do the ads, will tank. Kill the ads. Oh god, they're huge. Oh god, okay. I thought they were I thought they were giant. Like holy shit.
Oh my god.
Holy
That would
shit.
be ridiculous. Okay, hold on one sec.
I grow with my devotion.
All right. So we got one of those bad boys. And it is now officially her turn. She looks over in the direction of Rock. You're proving to be a nuisance. Buzz away, fly. As she turns the gaze of death upon Rock. Okay, let's see. You know what? He's not even gonna. Nah, he's not even gonna try rolling that. I'm not even gonna risk it. He's gonna burn another resistance to instant succeed.
Well, he could roll first and then choose to.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose. It's a
usually how it
low.
goes.
Yeah, I mean it's a high one. 26.
It'd be very funny if Rock died here. True, it would be.
26
Oh!
beats it!
Oh!
Okay, so he gets to keep
See?
that
I
resistance. He
told-
gets to keep it. Yep.
I told you. I told you.
Well,
And so,
I'm gonna
as
get
she
so
attempts
close.
to turn her gaze upon Rock,
Oh, I forgot. Lance and Kaz here are actually for the demon for the
Just a peanut
Raven
gallery.
Queen. They're probably rooting for the Raven Queen and wanting to see me die. To be honest.
well, I think it'd be fun if, you know, everyone but John dies and then the Raven Queen just has him around.
We'll see.
and as he resists it, it is now his turn again. Next
Do
turn
better.
is going to hurt. And now that he has positioned himself as such, he attempts to flank the Raven Queen and attack her in a pincer maneuver.
Okay.
And as he unleashes this barrage,
Mm.
only one of the onslaughts proves to be effective. Oh, goddammit.
Wait, it's not. The 28 misses, or is it just?
That's an 18. Oh, wait,
Oh,
actually,
okay,
pardon me,
so-
pardon me. Yep. I see the 28 at the bottom. Yeah, I thought that was an 18. Yep, 28 hits as well, so it's 2.
Okay. I was wondering if it was advantage or not. Like, okay.
Yeah, no, it's advantage,
Okay.
because he's flanking now.
All right.
So that's going to be 35, 16, 51.
I'm guessing this lady has like 1,000 plus health. with a 20, with a +7 Constitution, that's most likely. God damn, it's a lot. There's a lot to go through.
And it is now Father Basir's turn, as he attempts to follow suit and moves to the side of the Raven Queen.
Oh! Okay.
But as he brings his axe down, well, the first strike he manages to bring down beds directly into her chest. as shadowy energy and magic begins to pour forth from the open wound. As he wrenches it from the wound and brings it down once more upon her, the axe head snaps off the wooden handle. God damn it. There we go. Alrighty.
You brought regular weapons to this fight, bro? Come on.
I carry the faith of our king with me, and that is all I need.
Oh god. Anyway.
Okay, boomer.
Yeah, that's actually probably what he's saying. Do I have flanking position with the Raven Queen right now?
Given that you are facing directly in front of her, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have to go around. And I also asked him to handle the Shadow Dancer. God dang it. Alright, fine. I could move around to here, I suppose. Nah, never mind. I'll let Rock have the advantage since he does technically can do more damage than me. Let's go for. Fuck it. I'm gonna punt the crotch. That didn't work. I have to do the unarmed attack so that I can get the AC bonus. That's
fair.
I have to do it that way. So I go for the crotch, and then the kick turns into a front flip that I bring the sword into an uppercut. That also misses. It's fine. And then landing with a pirouette into another slash. At least that one hits. Ooh, dang.
Nice.
Full damage.
Well done.
24. Oh shit, wait, plus 6. I have to keep remembering the plus 6. Otherwise, what's the point of doing? Oh, 6.
For the full
So
6, nice.
So that's 30 damage. And landing from the pirouette, go into 2 sweeping kicks. Does flurry of blows. That's that. Another unarmed. Fuck! And okay. Does anything happen to me with the natural one?
As you go in for the follow-up twin strike, she appears to predict your first move. And as you go in to hit, you run straight into the haft of her scythe, taking 6 damage in the process.
Ow.
But as you kind of right yourself in the wake of the hit, you're able to flip about and whirlwind kick, bringing your heel directly to bear against her mask.
Yeah. So 15 damage there. All right. I'll take it.
And as your onslaught comes to a lull, the nearby Shadar Kai, recently conjured forth by the Raven Queen, prepares to attack.
Okay.
With spiked chain in hand, he swings Father Basir. Okay.
Oh, I didn't see the attack.
It's a 20. He nat 20'd on it
Okay.
against Father Basir.
God damn it, man.
That's a 1. So, he takes 10 piercing damage and 22 necrotic damage. Let me double check his resistances to make sure. Oof. Nope, yep, he takes all of that. For 34 damage in total. 32, excuse me. 32. And that's going to bring us back to the head of initiative, where things are about to get very interesting.
Yeah. How many did she summon?
One
Third
d6
round.
plus 2.
So at least 3.
7
Plus.
Shadow Kai
She rolled a
begin
6? Oh no, she
to
rolled a 4.
pour forth from the ground around the crater.
I am surrounded it.
Seven Shadow Kai now surround the duo engaged with the Raven Queen. These
rock.
specifically act after her initiative.
Okay.
It's now her turn proper. So she turns her attention to Father Basir and begins to swing her scythe brutally against the would-be priest,
Oh,
striking
my
him.
God.
Oh, actually, Jean. What's your AC again?
22.
Yeah, you are also caught in the range of the attacks.
So it's a cleave?
Up to 3 targets in range with a 10-foot reach.
Wow. Damn. Okay, that's fair.
Oh, God damn it. Jesus Christ.
So that's
90 damage.
2024. Is that a total of 90? Oh yeah, that is a total of 90. Jesus. For both of us?
For both of you.
Good Lord. Oh, that makes my... How's Father Basir looking?
He looks to be just reaching a wounded state. That attack proved to be very brutal.
Yeah, I would say so. I would say so.
And as the savagery of this sweeping slice of the scythe rends forth barren blood. What's
actually,
up?
Actually, you know what? After she hits me with that, I'm going to use my reaction to... I'm gonna repost.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah.
Damn it. Oh god. That's unfortunate. Nah, that doesn't work. That doesn't happen. I only have 2 super archetypes left. Okay. That was unfortunate.
And as you go for this strike to counterattack against the Raven Queen's brutal onslaught, you find yourself under attack now by one of the nearby Shadow Dancers, who attack you with the opening available.
Okay.
19 plus 6, 25.
That hits, yeah.
It's going to be 10 damage and a d6 for the additional effect for 6.
Damn, full damage. That's full.
You are knocked prone.
I think with Ring of Movement, I can't be off prone.
Oh yeah, freedom of movement.
Let me just double check. Oh, no. I think I can. No, I can. I still can be. Okay, I'm not prone. Yeah, I'm not
Alright.
prone. I'm not prone. I'm not immune to prone.
And we then turn our attention to the other Shadarkai currently surrounding the pair. 5 of them begin to attack Father Basir. And as they do so, only one of them manages to successfully strike the priest.
Wow.
And a d6. As he is now grappled by one of the shadow dancers.
Okay.
And he took 10 damage in the process. 2 of the shadow dancers attack the prone Jean while he lays vulnerable on the ground. That's going to be 22 on the first one.
That means it beats it. Yeah.
And that's going to be a 19 on the second.
That one misses.
So only the first one hits, okay? Ah. You are knocked prone again. If you could be knocked prone, nothing happens. You know, it doesn't do anything additional.
Yeah,
You just take
ow.
the 10.
Ow.
It's so silly.
Stop kicking me shin, bro. That's not cool. Stop kicking me the shin.
Like seriously, like literally.
Ow. I'm actually not looking good. What's the damage? Sorry.
It's just 10 damage. The shadow dancers only do 10 damage. Unless they roll a 1 or 2 with that d6 that happens in addition to their attack. The 1 or 2 is what deals the extra necrotic. One of 3 effects happens when it attacks, and that's why I rolled the d6.
I see. Okie dokie.
And we now turn to Father Basir, whom is looking a little rough.
Yeah.
He turns to Jean.
I'm looking at real rough too, man.
Perhaps the infidels are more powerful than we had initially anticipated. Mayhaps we make our escape, that we might fight another day.
If need be. If he when he says that, he looks at Rock. John takes a look at Rock and he gauges his expression. Because he hasn't taken any damage yet.
Rock looks upon the current battle taking place before him. And his normally brutal and sadistic nature currently belies a calculated countenance, as he seems to be considering the options and the current state of the battle, before eventually calling over to the grouping at its center.
The fool priest is right.
Alright.
I will not face the king's wrath for your fall.
Alright, fine.
And Father Basir attempts to break free of the grapple holding him. Which he manages to do relatively easily, wrenching himself free of the chains that bind him. He then attempts to move some distance and speaks a prayer as he moves to cover Jean and restore some of the mounting damage he has accrued over the course of this battle.
Okay.
Rock.
Really, guy, dude, you don't have any AoE that will at least clear all these ads? I think we can take them if you take out the ads.
As you say this, he states,
I have not yet returned to my full state,
All right.
but I might have something for this.
he says as he begins to flap his massive leathery wings to close the distance. And as a result, the conjured weapons around him begin to whirl and turn with greater intensity. John, currently prone on the ground,
Okay.
what do you do as it is your turn?
Can I quick glance at the Raven Queen? She doesn't look bothered at all by the damage that we've done to her.
Some of the wounds that you've inflicted upon her seem to take, though she clearly looks like she's capable of continuing the fight.
She doesn't seem bothered at all, like at all.
No, she's the wounds that you've dealt, they've taken. Some of them have taken, but she still looks like she's got gas in the tank if you catch my drift.
I got you. Okay. In that case. Oh, I'm not gonna waste the movement for that. So bonus action, I will Misty Step. And get added here. Where am I? I can't pick myself up. There it is. So let's just check the rate. And I can Misty Step to like standing, right? Or I can't.
Oh no, yeah, you can. I just had to step away for a sec. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
So-
you Misty Step from your position to a from your prone position to
Yeah.
a standing position. Yes.
Yep. And go there. Okay. Come on. So here. It's like I look at Rock. Says, I look at Rock in the position. I say, if we can deal with her companions, we might have a chance. But I'll leave it to your discretion. And from there, I think I will take the dodge action for now. Actually, you know what? I'll use my movement to get further. So, if I can do that. 55 feet up to here. Yeah. So up to here. Yeah, come on. And then I will take the dodge action as my action.
Alrighty. And with that said, we then turn to the singular Shadarkai Shadow Dancer that she had summoned. And it attempts to engage Father Basir.
Get out of there, Butterbasir.
18. Ooh, he gets hit. He takes an additional 10 damage.
And he's not prone.
And he's grappled once again.
God dang it.
Bringing us back to the head of initiative with the Raven Queen, who now turns her ire towards Rock. And she's gonna...
Ooh.
Meets it, beats it, damn! Him and Father Basir are caught in the whirlwind of shadow scythe swings. God damn it, I do that all the time. Stop that.
So, is her attack an AoE around her, or is it a Koei?
It's like an AoE.
Okay.
Because it only like expressly said up to 3 targets within range.
Okay. Jesus Christ, that damage though. Ugh.
Yeah. 66 plus 55? No. Yeah, wait, 55, yeah. Oh. That's 121 damage.
Jesus. How's Father Basir looking?
He's looking bad.
He has to get out of there. Don't have anything that'll help him though, that's the thing.
He looks as if he likely won't be able to take another hit like that.
Yeah. Although the thing is, there's a bunch of Shadow Dancers coming next, so that's not gonna be good for him.
Which now
Oh,
brings...
jeez!
Yeah.
No, I forgot.
What's that?
The attacks were against me are supposed to be at disadvantage. Oh.
Ah, displacement cloak. Correct,
Yeah.
correct.
It's fine, it's fine. I forgot about it. It's fine.
It is what it is, yeah.
Yeah. Damn. Oh well. Yeah. Oh well. Fine. Forgot about that.
And now the Shadow Dancers begin their attack as they move to assault both Rock and Father Basir, protecting their queen with religious loyalty and fervor. Three crits.
Oh my god. On who?
So, half go to Father Basir, half go to Rock. There's 7 in total. And since Rock is probably in the more ideal shape, I'm gonna put 4 over on him and 3 on Basir.
But
Starting from the...
probably dead.
Yeah, starting from... Nah, I don't... Well, maybe not. Starting from the top. That's gonna be a miss, a hit, and a miss. So that's gonna be 40 damage in total on Rock as the Shadow Dancer's whips lash into his leathery flesh. In addition, holy shit, he can get knocked prone. He's knocked prone.
He can get knocked prone? He's not immune to prone?
He's not immune to prone. He's immune to like a bunch of other stuff, but not prone. Fuck!
Bruh! You skipped leg there or something?
Well, I mean, he do. Yeah, actually, you know, he probably did, actually. You look at his shape, yeah. No, he looked like he do be skipping leg day.
Yeah,
do,
yeah. Strong base! You need a strong base!
Them chicken legs, man. Them chicken legs. So with that said, fuck, man. He takes 40 damage, is knocked prone, and he's too big to be grappled. Now we'll do Father Basir, whom we are currently looking at a hit, and a miss. One of the hits is a crit. So it's gonna be 30 damage in total.
How's he looking?
And he's restrained. Which now brings us, after the Shadowkai are done, to Rock. And as this turn begins, the whirlwind of conjured weapons swirls around him, slicing into the Shadow Dancers one by one, dealing 14 force damage. Alternatively, if you don't want to go average, I can roll it. What would you prefer? I'll actually pose that to you.
Average is thing. Yeah, might as well roll just to see.
Can't hurt, right? That's
Yeah,
what I was
can't
thinking too.
46.
Same shit.
It's literally
14,
the same
literally
14.
14, yeah.
God damn.
yeah.
It is an average after all.
Yeah. That said, all of the Shadowkai and the Raven Queen all take 14 force damage as the weapons sweep over them, slicing into flesh, rending bone. As that was just his passive, we now look to Rock's proper move. As he begins to assail the nearby Shadow Dancers in hopes of evening the playing field.
Or if he's not trying to.
Hit. 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 Ah, goddammit, I keep doing that. Stop. I'm in the wrong window. He slices one twice, bisecting them laterally and vertically as they fade into shadow stuff.
So they're around 17. Yeah.
And as he turns his gaze to the one just adjacent, he unleashes a onslaught not too dissimilar from the first two, rending the poor Shadow Dancer into quarters. This is now Father Basir's turn. He is restrained and must make the save to escape.
Oh, wow.
And he manages to break free, rising back to his feet as he looks upon the field. And then, see if his prayer recharged. It did not. As the wounds and blood that cover his body mount, do you see a fragment of the madness that dwells within this man? Slowly, his skin becomes furry, his face distends, his body shifts and morphs as he takes on a wolf-like form.
Oh. Huh. Did not expect that. We felled them a little too fast last time.
And he, well, actually, no, because he used the save. Never mind, pardon me. He used his action to get the save, so he can't make the attack.
Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it takes an action to be.
Yeah, to break out of the save, yeah.
Okay, fair. Oh well.
But what he can do... Oh, he can't even fucking do that. God damn it!
I thought we were retreating, guys. Why you guys seem to be still into it?
I mean, if they want to get away, make a clean
Yeah.
break, you gotta shake off as many of the pursuers as you can,
I was under the impression that Rock was just going to pick up Father Basir and just leave. To be honest.
That reasonable conclusion. Reasonable conclusion. He's just following the prompting of dealing with the shadow dancers. So if you give him another prompt, he'll probably shift direction. With that said, it is now your move.
Yeah, I was kind of giving him a sense like, do what you think we need to do, because I trust his judgment.
Okay. No, okay. So you want him to operate with a little bit more agency. I got you. No, all right, say no more.
But if it feels like we have to go, we can go. If it feels like we can take it, then we'll take it.
I get you.
That was what I was trying to convey.
Understood.
Do I jump back in there? I mean, I could. I probably don't want to, but you know what? I'm gonna do something a little silly. So I'm gonna use. Hang on. I'm going to use Step of the Wind to. Wait, first 55 feet here. So I move him there. And then use Step of the Wind. Where is Step of the Wind? Wait, hang on. Where's my sheet? There you are. I'm gonna play annoyance. So spend a key point. I activate the dash, and I have another 55 movement. 5 key points. Go away from the Shadow Dancer, like right under rock, and into the Raven Queen, and go for 3 sword slashes.
You got it.
23.
Miss.
Okay. 18 miss. Nothing. Oh well. So I still have 40 more feet from the dash, and with my mobile feat, I don't trigger attack of opportunities from her. So
fuck this shit, I'm out. I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. Because her turn is next, so she gets that hit off, man.
That's what I was thinking. Like, I could go hit and run with this. So I was like, might as well.
It's a good call. It's a good play.
I did build him for that, to be honest.
Yeah, and I noticed. I really did. With the monk fighter combo you threw together, he's really got some crazy battlefield presence.
Yeah. All right, that's it. I tried to hit him, and it didn't work.
The Raven Queen looks about. And with a somewhat disappointed look on her face, she says, "Well, it was a good effort. Though I suppose I ask too much of a mortal. I commend your bravery." And as she says this,
Oh.
appears just before you, barring your path.
Okay.
Peering down at you, she says, "Though I will say you show promise."
Actually,
as she turns her gaze upon you.
Actually, as she enters my
threat area.
My threatened area, I do have Sentinel, so I get to get an attack on her. 27.
And it hits. And as she uses her gaze, extra 2 damage. I'll slap that in 2. I gotta roll a d6. 1 sec.
I don't. Even with a natural 20, I won't be able to. Well, natural 20 is not an instant success, right?
That's still an instant success, god or not.
All right. Well, unless it's 20, I'm not gonna fix it. Nope. What is she doing?
You are suddenly flooded by emotion as despair fills your very being. The experiences, the memories of every life you've taken thus far, every person you've cut down to this point, bears upon you like a mass of boulders. And you feel incapable doing anything without really pushing yourself as the gaze of depression takes hold.
God damn.
With that said, we then turn to Rock, who lurches forward, grabbing the heavily wounded and critically standing Father Basir in the forearms that hang just before his mid-torso. And with one powerful flap of his wings, he takes to the sky several feet above the ground, just outside of the reach of the Shadar Kai.
Jean, now we must go.
As we are turn, Father Basir is going to have his turn. Yeah, he's going to try to pray to get back health, but it's now Jean's move as the overwhelming sensation of despair, all of this pain and suffering fills you. The first emotion, real emotion you felt in some time since ascending to Baronhood.
Weird question. Would you consider this a fear effect or a charmed effect?
Now that's a funny one.
Yeah,
I would say it's not technically a charm because you're not being compelled to do anything, but more overwhelmed. It's not a fear because you're not being forced to run away per se. And it does state that the condition is unique to this ability.
okay, so it's not.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Just wanted to make sure.
No, that's a good question. That's a great question. It's always important to ask stuff like that because you never know. You never know.
If that's the case, but you cannot take reactions or any actions or bonus actions that require a target to pay a cost. Oh, any action takes a cost of 5 points. Okay. You see hold on. Perfect. You see John's face. His eyes widen. His expression suddenly falls as again all these emotions are brought into him, and he looks into the Raven Queen, and for the first time shows some a welling of emotions, and he's gonna go for a full attack, attack. So minus 5 HP, right, per action.
Yep.
Okay, so that's 118.
Well, I would say, wait, hold on. Let me make sure it's just if it's not one payment or multiple.
It says an actions. It says actions. I'm assuming it's an action.
Yeah,
action.
you're right. It states plural, so. Ugh.
That's okay. So no, if I take an act, my action is to attack. So that's only one cost.
Yeah, it'd only be the 5. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna go for 3 hits. Use for just
hit.
Wow, he's mad. That's a natural 20. He's mad, and that
dealt 48 damage.
Yeah. 2 more hits. Oh god, he's so mad. He's really mad. And 24 misses, right?
Meets it, beats it.
Okay.
So that's going to be 27 times 2, 54. 54 plus 18.
Yeah, he didn't like that. He didn't like that gaze.
72. 72 plus 25 for 97 damage. Wait, 102 damage, including the Hunter's Mark.
Yeah. How does she look after this?
She looks as if she's now, for the first time, starting to actually warm up.
Oh dear.
As you unleash this trifecta of savage, emotion-fueled strike, lashing out at the audacity of this goddess inflicting these feelings upon you. As you draw your blade with its final third strike, you watch as the misty exution of shadow stuff from the wounds of the Raven Queen pour forth, and she looks down at the enraged Jean. Ho 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 ho! There's the spirit I was looking for. Come, mortal, show me that tenacity that you are all so known for.
As she says that, John is hyperventilating. DM question. When it comes to Gaze of Depression, spending a stamina point on it, would that be 5 HP per stamina point?
Yeah, unfortunately. Because each one constitutes an additional action with the way that we use them.
Okay.
You know,
I'm
because
taking
once...
25.
Oh my god, okay.
I'm taking 25 damage to do 5 more attacks. And John lets out a pained, feral shout and goes to 5 more attacks. And I'm spending 5 stamina points for it.
You got it.
Okay.
Roll them out.
22 misses, 26 hits.
21.
No, sorry, don't ignore that. It's supposed to be 1d6. Ignore the one on the bottom, so that's 25. 1, 2, 3. Ah, god damn it. Why does it keep doing that? 1d6. So, 21, 21, 21. No, 21, 25. And so that's 1, 2, 3, 2 more attacks. This one also hits. Uh, 22. Last one. That one misses, right? Oh no, that hits, right? 24.
Yep, meets it, beats it. 1 second while I finish calculating these. $90 in total.
Plus 4, because there's, yeah. So 94 in total. And after that, is there any change on her expression or anything? I forgot to make my damage. Hang on. 2, 20, 7, 93.
as you unleash this flurry of attacks upon the Raven Queen, letting loose all of the rage, resentment, and hate that has been bottled up inside of Jean thus far. You gaze upon your handiwork, inspecting, scrutinizing for any lull in her defenses, any weakness that can be ascertained. And it looks as if, again, she's just pushing past that halfway mark, really warming up for the fight. And if that concludes your turn.
It doesn't. It
Oh,
doesn't.
okay. All right.
Okay. After seeing all this, after all that exerted effort, John looks at her, still not, not as bothered figure. Hyperventilates. Doesn't trigger attack of RGT because of mobile. Looks at the rock. Retreat. Dashes away from her, and then I spend an action surge to cast plane shift back into the manor. God damn it!
As she watches Jean give the order to retreat and attempt to break away from the fighting, he draws forth his sword, preparing to slice open reality itself, that he might slip through the cracks back into the dark below. As he attempts to cast plane shift, the spell, a 7th level spell, so I have to roll.
I mean, but if your spell modifier is more than if your spell attack modifier is more than 17, doesn't matter. We'll see. We'll see.
It actually isn't.
Okay.
So, that's going to be a 10 plus the spell's level, DC 17.
I think so, probably. Let's see.
So check. Okay, yeah, check. Okay.
Oh!
And as you attempt to escape, and she attempts to bar your path, raising a hand, the shadow magics begin to coalesce. But Jean proves too fast. As he cleaves the very air before him, rending open a crimson rift into the dark below. Charging in after, as Rock, still carrying the wounded Father Basir, ascends to the sky, rending open his own, and disappearing, leaving the wounded, but rather impressed Raven Queen, looking on with equal parts fascination and incredulity. Well, well, well. What phenomenal times we find ourselves in. To think a mortal would stand on even footing with me. And to even think he would escape. Well, it's of little consequence. Everything dies eventually.
As John appears into the courtyard of the manor, surrounded by the white trees and that red backdrop, he stumbles onto his knees, sword planted into the ground, hyperventilating into the because of the amount of exertion that he just put. Emotions that was inflicted to him by the Raven Queen, still present, still rolling on his head, and again he lets out a huge scream, but this time of complete, utter anguish and frustration.
And though the queen is gone, her gaze fading with the absence, that overwhelming sensation of despair, anger, and hate begins to bubble and boil over as the numbness that Jean thought he had finally obtained had taken. It is instead replaced by an ocean of feelings and emotion that he can't quite process or understand. As he rages before the manor, casting a hateful glare at the roots above. Do we call it a night?
God damn.
As well, I must say, I am impressed. I wasn't expecting it to go as well as it did, and it did go well. I mean,
For what?
yeah, for what it was, what's worth, yeah. Having no kind of concept of what you were pitting yourself up against, that actually went pretty well.
If there's one thing I knew that John was good at, is he can do a lot of damage in a very short amount of time. I was hoping it would be enough, but no, it's not. And he feels frustrated and feels like he's not enough. He feels like he's gonna start reaching for more things. But we'll leave it at that for now.
Fair enough. An impressive display by Jean, and one of the first to try to stand against the gods. Curious to see how everything pans out going forward.
Freaking Raven Queen of all people. Dear God.
To be fair, it could have been so much worse.
I know, but no, I'm more bothered by. I'm not bothered. I'm more enthralled by the poetic justice of it. Like,
I know,
man.
I know the irony. The only way it could have been worse is if it was Kellamvor.
Yeah.
That would have been it, dude. Oh god. Oh man, that would have been one hell of a fight too. That actually would have been a really good one, I think.
Yeah.
Gian versus Kellamvor.
Honestly, if John would have won that fight somehow, he would probably remember Silas trying to go after her. And he feels like he would feel vindicated for doing this because he did something that he wanted to do. But that's not what happened. But now he's frustrated.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
That's the worst part is he saw that he saw results. He saw that he could. He just needed more. It wasn't unsurmountable. Because if it was unsurmountable, then maybe he would have been humbled. But no, he's frustrated because he feels like he's lacking.
Well, I look forward to seeing what his next move is and how this all will proceed going forward.
Oh, God. Thanks, man.
Anytime. Anytime.
I did not expect that.
Subverting expectations. Every good DM's bread and butter.
Oh God, I'm also sorry, guys, for the rest of the players for taking up.
Everybody gets a shot in the spotlight eventually. This just happened to be Jean's session for that.
I had my spotlight today. I blew up.
Yeah, that's true.
And
I got talked about a lot.
yes,
Dude, the consequences of your actions were huge, man. It
Yeah.
rocked. It
What
rocked.
You got them shook,
consequences?
guys.
Nothing happened. Everything went fine. We
No, it's the-
lived.
Gus is shook
potential,
about
man.
what could go wrong. That's that. I think that's what he's trying to insinuate.
Yeah.
He's
It's like-
shook about what
no.
could go wrong.
It's like again, it's like seeing one country get nukes. It's like, it rocks someone.
I mean, I understand
I'm a
where
allied
Gus is coming
country.
from. I'm just like, I think couldn't find the words for it, but I was like, okay, how about instead of saying like, let's get ready for when we have to off him, it's the alternative of like, okay, let's see how we
No.
can help him control
It
him.
was- No, he was frustrated with youth and everyone because like the reason he asked and called for this like without tranquil first is because okay, this is what I'm thinking. I want maybe they have a better idea, but they says their answer was pretty much let's just see how it goes, and he was not. That's why he was frustrated about it.
It's just like, I get it. It's
Your
just
idea
like,
ain't
I don't
the
know.
best either. You're basically making me a dog that has a leash on. If I can't fucking do shit without, if anyone gets
dude.
the fucking bombs or like the controls, I am fucked.
No, dude, that's why I said like
I am
multiple
controlled.
people. That's why I said multiple people with the because I didn't trust it on one person. I trusted it if it was a council to see like in the big picture that you are a threat.
Yeah, I'm just getting flashbacks of like the Illuminati from like Marvel and shit.
Yeah,
Pretty much.
absolutely, absolutely.
And I'm just
That
like,
sounds
this is
right.
not gonna work out.
Yeah.
It's
Oh
like,
my
yeah, this is great in
God.
theory, where it's like we all talk it out. It's like, no.
Thank you, Loopy. I appreciate that raid. You guys have impeccable timing. We were literally just wrapping up for the night.
Yeah, you missed the goddamn. Ah.
That was
I
a
honestly
doozy. Literally just missed the fight between a, I guess you could say, an antagonist of the campaign versus a god. And it actually went pretty even, surprisingly.
I feel like if we focused fire on the Raven Queen, we could have done it, but
That's where things get complicated. Because if you
Yeah, I
focus
know.
fire on the Raven Queen, the Shadow Dancers are able to act without impunity.
that's why I was hoping that Rock had like an AoE or something to clear them off, but nope.
He only
Not
has
enough.
that whirlwind of weapons. That's it. That's literally his only AoE.
Yeah.
Creatures
We're
that
planning to
start
just
their
fight a
turn.
single god, but not, oh wait, they have summons. Oh no.
Yeah, that's. I mean, when you think about it, most gods have followers, you know. And if you're a god, I don't think it's that out of the question for you to be able to summon forth a follower or two. You know,
You
I mean,
dare
they
fight
do
the-
pull people across the multiverse and the planes.
You dare fight a god mortal? Hey, I was doing well until freaking whirlwind of until we got swarmed.
Yo, yeah, seriously. And you know the worst part is,
What?
she could summon more.
Yeah, I know.
She
I
could
was
summon more.
Yeah, I was just like looking at the ability. It's like if they die, she gets plus 40 temp health. I was like, oh no.
That's why he wasn't actually. That's why he was trying to focus fire on, kill the raid boss. Mobs fall off.
Yep. If you get rid of the main boss, all the ads disappear.
I have a couple ideas of what would happen if Gus talked to Tranquil. It's gonna be interesting. We'll just say that.
We'll get
Well,
to see that next session.
We'll get to see that
because,
next
yeah,
session. We'll get to see that next session because
you guys are gonna get to have that
meet.
meet. Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah, I think. Well, I'm just thinking. Gus just wants to prepare for the worst, and Lance is. He knows bad things are happening, but he's hoping, like, okay, maybe instead of like assuming the worst is going to happen, maybe we can try and put the energy into, channeling it to
Preventing?
prevent it instead of just saying it's going to happen. So let's get ready for it.
Like I can see where Gus is coming from, especially
Yeah,
having seen the results of Jean and like what happened with that whole situation.
yeah, and also you have to remember, Gus makes weapons. That's like I said. That's he wants a safety feature on it so it doesn't get pointed at
Yeah,
him.
I think I
Not a
but also
web,
you're
I am
talking
a
to like
human.
two bards and it's just like calling living things weapons. It's like
That's what you've called him.
Well, Youth was using the same language that you were using. And when
Yeah.
you referred to him as a weapon, she was reflecting the
Oh, no,
language
I didn't-
contextually.
I was referring to him as a threat, actually, not a weapon. Yeah, anyway,
But yeah,
dude,
man.
Franco, you scared me. Let's just put it that way. You
Don't
scared
forget
me.
about that. There is, my possibility of surviving this campaign is null. All right, because either I'm gonna fucking die from, fucking Denarian, I'm gonna get my pelvis smashed by an element, or she's gonna come over if I fuck up something badly, and she's just gonna kill me straight up.
Yeah,
If I do
the thing is,
something-
you've created a
So
character with a death wish, so I don't know what you want.
I am.
You
There is no
can't
reason
really
to
blame us for
worry at
that.
this point. I'm gonna be fucking dead.
no,
No matter
we know
what.
that. We know that. The character doesn't. He sees
Yeah.
he sees you like you literally was going like, oh, I'm gonna get this guy in me, and then if I find more, I'm gonna get more guys in me. Of course, Gus's gears are going to like,
It should have been me.
Actually, the thing is, Gus really doesn't like the idea of sentient weapons. He likes tools. He likes things that he can control, and he sees Tranquil as something that
You can't
cannot be
control.
controlled. Exactly.
So I am a human.
And that's, I guess, what Youth was trying to really underline.
Yeah,
Was, I mean, yes, Tranquil does have the capacity to be extremely destructive with the abilities that he has at the moment. But he is still a person. He's still an ally. As even like further to that point is that, yeah, you may not trust him in the grand scheme to that regard, right?
I'd say the same about you too.
Exactly.
Why are you not a threat? You're literally making fucking bombs. You're a weapon master. If you go into the opposite hands and you start making all the fucking airships and you start another company that can rival your own right now, why aren't you a threat too? Why isn't Kaz a threat? Why isn't fucking Isla a threat?
Yeah, that's
exactly
that's what Youth was trying to say is like,
Yeah,
well,
the
it
thing is,
technically
we're a party of godlings.
Exactly. And like at this point,
Gus isn't. No. The thing is, Gus isn't. Gus isn't.
and that's absolutely reasonable. Exactly. He's still just a regular person.
He doesn't see that in that. He doesn't see in that perspective. He sees like people getting power, and he sees like it being consolidated in one thing. His power, his quote unquote power, is his company, but that's a collective of people that it's not just him. So that's
I
the
get it.
reason
So
why.
is it the idea that all of that power is seated at one individual's feet that makes him so uncomfortable?
Not just that. It's also the fact that it again, sentient weapons, not Tranquil, the people that he's putting in him that might mess his head. That he can trust Tranquil. She can trust Tranquil as much as he can.
And that's, I guess,
adding people.
Yeah, and I guess that's another great point to bring up and perhaps maybe address in the future. Get to know the Denarians better, because technically the only one who really knows them is Tranquil. He's the only one who knows Asbriel personally.
Yeah,
he has a different, absolutely different perspective.
Be the spokesperson from now on for us to trust him.
And let's face it. Again, reputation of the Denarians, of what Gus would know, not good.
The irony. If only you knew what was happening right now in Waterdeep.
Don't.
That literally, you would literally be eating those words right now. Oh my god!
I mean,
and not in a bad way. Not in a bad way. It's just like the irony that like simultaneously these specific events are taking place while you feel this way, and I'm like, I can't say anything, but like,
I get you.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't worry, guys. The guy that I'm coming in is a lot nicer, and he's not gonna think like this. I'm slowly sliding the characters I got to, like, traitor to cynic to a nice guy.
Different flavors for the day.
You brought in a new fucking thought of mine.
Wow.
If potentially I do make it somehow with Lalamet, right? And I do make it to that stage, right?
We didn't even talk about that, bro.
I know, but like, you brought
I
the
guess
thing.
none of us assume that's gonna happen.
Am I gonna, since she is a Denarian, am I gonna fuck her in my mind, or am I gonna fuck her in real life? All right, we need to think this out.
No,
Is she gonna come run away
that
from
is
me
your
and-
problem, bro. That is not even anything
Well, the thing is,
remotely.
it's like it's not even like your power. Like
It's
she,
so
you know,
weird
you have to
because
get her
like
level, but
there's
none of it's
actually an
related to you.
answer
You're just
for
the
this.
container.
There is an answer. Oh,
Well,
no.
I mean, think about it. The Lalamet you saw was in the flesh,
Yeah,
which
but that was her
means,
body that she took
and
over, right?
yeah, that's my point.
Mm-hmm.
Who said it? Like, I think you may have a gross. She's not giving herself to you like that. I promise you that. Lalamet does not give herself like that to anybody. Anybody? No way. It ain't happening.
I'm
Dude,
persuasive. All right.
the only way you're gonna get her into bed is if she pegs you. Let's just put
Well,
it
no,
that
no, no.
way.
What I
Not
mean,
happening.
like she would never offer her coin to another.
Mm,
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
she's parading around in that body
But
because
she's in control.
because she's in control.
yeah.
So
no,
I don't
what
think
if I
she
get
would be.
to stage of marriage.
I cannot be
marry
tamed,
her.
you dumb, stupid mortal.
Oh boy.
Hey man, if
Oh,
I
boy.
die,
I-
she
I
will be
like-
released. It'll be her final days with her. With
I like
her hubby
the-
in the Mind Palace.
Actually, you know what?
That's another question. Is Azerbel and fucking I don't know how to say his fucking name,
Velmariel.
man.
You could just call him
Vilmariel.
Vel.
Vel. Are they gonna have to watch this? All right.
Okay,
is
this-
the biggest concern.
God damn it.
Okay, you know what? I think this is a great place to wrap it up, guys. What do you guys think?
Yeah, come here.
Oddly enough, with Tranquil's weird tangents, you actually gave me an idea when you were talking about your dragon mommy.
Mhm.
I wonder what the dragon mommy I met thinks now.
Yes,
I need to find more
indeed.
women, more powerful
Wonder
women.
what Tiamat thinks about that little display that you just put on.
Actually, that's because right now, considering how, because the gaze of depression is still active until I get a greater restoration, and I don't know any clerics around me at the moment. So
Holy fuck, yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez.
yeah,
Oh, she left
Yeah.
a mark. Oh, man. She left an impression. Oh, God.
yeah. I read the thing. I was like, oh, this is not going away until I find a cleric, and I'm not sure if we have any. Because from what I understand, Father Basir is not a cleric, right?
He's not a cleric, no. No.
Yeah, I figured he wasn't a cleric.
Sorry, it just occurred to me, like during that fight. Was that the same guy we fought, or is that because the voice?
That-
Yes.
that
That
was
is the same guy you fought.
Yep.
Okay, because also I was like, I could have swore we told Tranquil to stomp his ass out and make sure he's dead.
Yeah.
He
And
was
he
dead.
did.
Do that.
Oh my
was
god.
dead.
Okay. All right. I'm just making sure because I was like, oh fuck.
So now I'm thinking even more now. Can I get the Raven Queen to my side?
Oh dear God. Oh dear God, Tranquil, please. No, please. Okay. All right. We're going to wrap it up before Tranquil has any more really bad ideas. Anyway, it's been a great night, guys.
You haven't even met
Really
this
love
lady,
the
bro. You
session.
haven't even met this lady.
I can get her and
Tranquil, I'm not gonna try and save your dumbass. Okay.
You
I'll
see now
catch you
the
guys
threat
a
that he
little
holds.
later.
You see now that the
Wow, what a night. Hey, guys. What a night. Huh. Oh, man, Tranquil. Want to get with the Raven Queen. I'm seeing some really concerning patterns of behavior taking place here. As Denarian is considering messing around with the Raven Queen. Tranquil, you better not go losing an arm, okay? You better not go losing an arm. Right, we already have enough Silas, okay? Okay. Yeah, I'll say would definitely be able to give some tips. Definitely, without question. Alright, so, as a quick overview, I want to thank Jagger No for that amazing follow. Welcome to the DPRQ, the Democratic People's Republic of Quint, where we live our best lives, playing the hell out of D&D, killing gods, gaming, and a bunch of other cool, fun stuff. So if you had fun, well, you got more to look forward to in the future. It's good stuff. Yeah, right? Yeah. I want to thank Loopy Walrus one more time from the bottom of my heart for that raid. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the support and the love. A special shout out to Kamikaze. I owe you 20 push-ups, and I'm going to do them right now before we wrap up for the night. And as I do my push-ups, we're going to play one of my dear favorite songs. Pay attention to the lyrics, you'll hear a story. Sounds real familiar. Big disappointment. It's buffering. I will find a new sword. But yeah, before we call it a final night, I want to thank all of you great folks who always stop on by and keep us old, funky old people company. I kid. But I do appreciate all the support and all you fine folks who come by every week to hang out with us and go on this wacky D&D journey alongside us. It's been an absolute blast. And pretty much one of the most fun and fulfilling years I've had. And I hope you guys stick around for the next one, because there's plenty more to come. Tapioca! Anytime, Verenter. I appreciate you for coming through. So with that said, my friends, be sure to drink plenty of water. Very important to stay hydrated. Get plenty of rest. Cornerstone of a productive day. You need that shit. 7 hours minimum, please, for mental wellness and health. But more important than all of that, that you keep loving yourselves and each other. That tomorrow might be a better day. And I will catch you all then with some Final Fantasy.